Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was a Paramedic Vigilante? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Last edited 10/10/2024. Sirens blared through busy streets as the peace of a normal workday was shattered by the chaos of a villain attack. Smoke trailed towards the brilliant blue sky, leaking from unstable buildings, as brightly clad figures flew between the structures. From a distance, it looked like a choreographed dances interrupted by violent clashes. Waves of civilians fled the scene or tried to find shelter in some of the intact structures around the city. While most were escaping the area, a few did the opposite, delving into chaotic area with sirens sounding off. Then again, some would argue that to work as an emergency responder, you had to be a little crazy. Passing through the barrier acted by police officers, an ambulance sped onto the field, dodging debris, and racing to reach the triage areas set up on site. The tires screeched as the driver of the ambulance wiped the vehicle around so that the back was facing the heart of the scene. It came to a rough stop, jostling the people and equipment inside. This spared colorful commentaries from the passengers as the doors flew open. 5 people jumped out, clad in blue jumpsuits with white helmets. They rushed to the triage area with large black boxes in hand. Behind them, several more similar vans also came to a stop but in a much calmer fashion. Emerald eyes focused on analyzing the scene, taking in the full scope of what they would be dealing with. The damaged roadway was nearly empty, save for rubble, trashed cars, and several bodies laid out on the pavement with a few police officers paired off alongside firefighters. The area was swarmed in the sounds of emergency responders trying to contain the situation, intermingled with the cries of scared children and panicked adults trying to make sense of what had happened. The sound of distant impacts and explosions could be heard from the ongoing conflict elsewhere. Izuku Midoriya cursed under his breath as he counted 10 possible patients within his line of sight alone. There was a large white tarp laid out near an intact building where there were a few people already bandaged and stabilized. A handful of people in what looked to be tattered business wear were already huddled under some shock blankets. Koga, see if anyone needs to be rushed back. Don't let Coco drive. His voice held an authoritative tone, but hints of fond exasperation softened the edges of his orders. A tall woman with long brown hair tied back into a braid looked offended at the statement as 2 of their fellow responders only smirked and rushed towards the triage area, backboards in hand. I wasn't that bish. The woman started to speak before the shorter man cut her off, not really having time to argue. Coco, Kai, help with the new arrivals. Izuku pointed to small group being lead out from one of the damaged building, one of which was drenched in blood and being carried by a firefighter. From a quick assessment, the male and female following seemed mostly fine, only in shock as they walked on their own, no obvious limp or impairments. The look of indignant offense shifted to one of focused determination as Coco simply nodded and ran to assist the group. Alongside her was a rather large-built man with spiky red hair who forever held a look of intense focus. Izuku nodded, clutching the yellow backboard tighter as he ran further down the street. More EMTs rushed onto the scene to assist in treatment. Black boots clomped against the rough asphalt as Izuku's eyes scanned the scene for any clues of what could have happened. The quick reports that had been given over the radio had mentioned several outbreaks of trigger, one of the more frustrating and dangerous drag epidemics to have hit this part of the city in recent months. At first, it started slow, 1 or 2 sightings every other week, but as time moved forward, the incidents were becoming more frequent and dangerous. 2 people had died to the drag in the past 2 weeks alone, and that didn't include any casualties from the civilians who were attacked. Izuku slid to a stop beside a police officer who was knelt next to an unconscious woman, holding pressure to a bleeding wound on her right side. Interestingly enough, the woman was dressed in normal business clothes, but sporting a pair of shiny quirk-suppressant HFFs. Status? The paramedic questioned, already kneeling down to assess the woman. He strapped a device to her upper right arm before pressing a button, causing it to beep sharply as the cuff started to inflate. He quickly flipped the latch open and reached his gloved hands into the box beside them. He pulled out a translucent roll of tape wrapped in plastic. Wasting no time, he tore the package open, unrolling the material. Seems to be part of an outbreak of some sort. 27-year-old female dosed with trigger. No medical card dash. There was an almost violent twist in Izuku's stomach as she mentioned the drag. His mind started running even faster, but he breathed, forcing his mind to focus on what was in front of him and words that were being spoken. Kind of plant quirk, but got into a fight with a ball of razor blades. Midnight's mist brought the group down, the officer explained, moving his hands as the green-haired paramedic splashed saline onto the wound, cleaning away the blood to show a deep gash in the woman's side. Crimson started to ooze to the top as the wound bled freely. The pool beneath her was an obvious sign she had lost quite a bit already. There was another quick splash of saline before he ripped the 4-inch wide tape and pressed it over the wound, making sure the edges of the wound were close together and that every inch of skin around it was met with the tape. Red pooled against the semi-translucent tape but did not seep through or around the wound. For now the bleeding would be controlled. However, this was very much a temporary measure. One glance to the device on her arm showed that her blood pressure was low and her heart rate was high and still climbing. The body was trying to compensate and at a high risk of going into shock. Thankfully, her oxygen saturation was at a healthy enough level. Using a flashlight, he examined her eyes, noting how the pupils were pretty much fully dilated, barely responding to the light stimuli. The woman's lips were parted slightly as she seemed to struggle slightly to breath. The normal pink tongue was discolored and darkened, but only slightly at the very tip, showing that any use of the drag was recent or rare. It was possible this may have been the only dose at all. This only made the situation more strange. Normally people didn't dose themselves in the middle of the day at their job. Another curse slipped under Izuku's breath as he grabbed an forkit, then rolled up the woman's sleeve. In a flash, an orange stretchy tourniquet was tied around the arm. "We'll get her to the hospital. I am guessing there are a few who need to have an escort on the way," he said as his trained fingers trailed over, subtly palpating, testing for just the right amount of rebound. A hint of blue in the right spot already showed the right place to stick, but looks could be deceptive, especially in a quirk society where mutations were common. There was a faint yes from the officer beside him which managed to penetrate the tidal wave of questions and procedures running through his head. He pulled an 4 needle from the kit and quickly stuck it into the flesh. Thankfully, there was an instant flash of blood in the needle, telling him he had hit the mark just right. Practiced motions took over as he removed the metal needle, leaving only the catheter, and quickly attached an 4-line to it, taping everything in place before pulling the slip knot for the tourniquet. With quick and gentle movements, the two moved the woman onto the backboard, rushing her to the triage tarp where several 4-lines were already being set up and prepped. More people were gathering the injured together as some were being carted off to the hospital. 27, female, plant quirk dosed with trig, bandaged laceration, symptomatic blood loss. Izuku rambled off the immediate facts in shorthand as they got a bag of fluids to run on the woman while prepping for transport. Hopefully they had gotten to the woman in time to save her from any lasting injuries, though in the back of his mind, there was a growing sense of unrest. Outbreak of drag usage? As in multiple people at once? It didn't make much sense. From the quick glance around he had gotten, the only people around affected were those dressed as if they worked in the area, along with a scattering of people in more casual clothes. He finally noticed the cuffs around a handful of people, most of who were either unconscious or cooperating with officials. The only silver lining was the fact that this all happened towards the tail end of the morning rush. Any earlier and the situation would have been much worse. "We got it from here," one of the other paramedics started with a thumb up before they moved the woman into one of the awaiting vans. More were slowly starting to show up to help relieve the police and firefighters who had been doing their best to treat the injured. Izuku took a second to calm his nerves as he removed the blood-stained nitrile gloves, then tossed them in a red biohazard bag. He needed to focus on the situation. Everything else could be tackled when there weren't any more people bleeding out. With another breath he turned, jogging back to the med box left behind in the move. Swooping a hand down, he grabbed the strap and continued jogging further down the street, wincing as the box collided with his side painfully but not slowing down. Mind running a million miles a second, His eyes scanned around to see who was still left to assist. However, in his search he noticed something. The distant sounds of combat were not so distant anymore. Sheet, 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 sheet. The panic chant grew more fervent as Izuku turned the street corner and spotted a giant raging bull in the distance charging down the street. "Everyone clear the street. Villain incoming!" he yelled, projecting his voice over the chaotic din of the crowd. This caused some of the response crews to pick up the pace in moving people away from the main street. Movement on the other side of the intersection caught Izuku's eye as he looked to see more people escaping the damaged buildings. "Over here quickly!" His voice roared over the increased sounds of people trying to coordinate. He waved his arm, catching the attention of a few civilians who were trying to flee the area and guided them towards safety. The small crowd of people fled past him towards the rest of the paramedics. There was a strange, sharp sound of crackling ice. A quick glance down the street showed him thick walls of ice being layered every few feet down the street, approaching the intersection, right where most people were being evacuated from. There were only a handful of heroes who could create ice in such capacity and so quickly. Just behind the walls, streamers of white could be seen, forming some kind of barrier. Before he could catch a glimpse of the hero trying to put up blockades, a sharp cry caught his ear. Snapping his attention in the direction of the sound, he spotted a woman on the road. She appeared to be in rough shape. She was attempting to stand but was obviously having trouble getting to her feet. The sound of tearing paper and thunderous cracks of demolished ice grew louder and more oppressive with each second that ticked by. The ground trembled beneath Izuku's feet, sending terrifyingly powerful vibration up his body and only adding to the sheer terror of the approaching force. Without a second thought, the box was dropped on the sidewalk as Izuku bolted across the street. The only sound in his ears in that moment was his own heartbeat. His gaze was firmly locked on the impaired woman scrambling to get to her feet. Thankfully, she managed to at least get partway, standing enough for Izuku to bend low and catch the young woman. Strong arms wrapped around her waist. His legs kept moving, dragging the woman slightly before she was hoisted over his shoulder. Better to have a few scrapes and scratches than to be trampled to death. The move was far from smooth as his legs nearly tripped up with the sudden weight and trembling ground. Still, the pressure to survive was much greater as Izuku continued his mad dash across the street, carrying the woman into a narrow alley between the buildings. There was a sudden explosion. Chunks of the ice wall flew into the intersection, causing the pair to flinch and the woman to scream. Izuku slid the woman to the ground using his larger frame to shield her the best he could. The paramedic risked a look over his shoulder. Through the narrowed perspective of the alleyway, he saw an enormous bull standing nearly 10 feet from hoof to shoulder and impossibly buff. Long pointed horns stood proudly on its head as it let out an almost unearthly sound. Splattering of what could only be assumed as blood colored the ivory horns and chocolate-brown fur. The eyes of the beast were nearly white as its long darkened tongue lolled out of its mouth. To most, it was a downright terrifying sight. The creature bucked, powerful legs shattering what was left of the ice wall behind it as it let out another mix of a bellow of rage and demonic braying. A blur of blue slid past, a trail of ice encasing the beast's left side. It bucked wildly, flexing its muscles and forcefully contorting its body to shatter the ice. Powerful hooves slammed into the ground, causing a tremor to ripple out. There was a heart-wrenching crack as the buildings around them swayed and creaked. The foundation was already compromised and chunks of the buildings crumbled on the ground with thunderous noise. A white ribbon shot out from a higher vantage point, beyond the narrowed view, wrapping up around the bull's neck and upper body. Before it could attempt to buck, there was another lash of ice binding it from the front along with its legs. This did nothing but anger the bull more. It thrashed around violently and let out a deafening cry of pure rage. There was the sound of tearing as it appeared that the cloth was close to ripping and the ice seemed to crack under the force. The beast was about to break free once again when, out of nowhere, a white and gold figure shot up from the ground, fist extended. A devastating punch was rocketed upwards, straight into the bull's chin. With the flourish of a red cape, the figure shouted, "Poth!" A shock wave radiated from the punch, shaking the area around them. The powerful burst of air nearly knocked over everyone in range. A heartbeat of silent awe passed. Izuku watched with a myriad of feelings surfacing in that moment. Amazement, relief, and excitement, maybe a hint of jealousy and heartache. They all fluttered in Izuku's chest as he watched the famous Lemillion deal the final blow. A huge bright smile on the hero's face, one that would rival with All Might's back in the days. The moment passed as quickly as it came. Everyone breathing a collective sigh of relief as the bull went limp against the restraints. Cheers and applause arose from the crowds surrounding the intersection, congratulating the brave heroes for stopping the rampaging creature. Izuku's eyes trailed from the impressive muscular figure of Lemillion to the beast, his eyes narrowing slightly at the black tongue hanging limply from its mouth. The woman beside him shifted, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. He looked to the woman with a slight smile. "Looks like we're safe now. Can you walk?" he asked gently as he slowly stood up, keeping a supportive hold on the shaken woman. "Why, thank you." She breathed a shaky sigh as she held onto the young man for support. She tried her best to be self-sufficient, despite the obvious wound on her right leg. "No thanks necessary," Izuku replied as he guided her right arm over his shoulder and wrapped an arm around her to help stabilize her gait. He started to move towards the exit of the alleyway. "Everyone all right in there?" A voice called as a white, yellow, and black-clad figure appeared around the corner of a building. The helmet on his face sported the same color scheme and looked very similar to a tape dispenser. A light of recognition went off in the EMT's mind as he recognized the hero as part of the new batch who graduated from UA a little over a year ago. Cellophane, if he remembered correctly. Izuku nodded, giving a slight smile. "Roughed up a bit, but everything should be okay. Here, let me help." Cellophane moved to help him escort the injured woman to the triage area. Izuku glanced over to the hero, a small bubble of giddiness bubbling up. His inner fanboy started to surface from under the work-focused mental space he had adopted. Despite being told he could never be a pro-hero by his idol, he couldn't bring himself to hate or even dislike the hard-working people who tried to keep them safe. Izuku was about to thank him when there was a crack from above. The buildings on either side of them started to crumble. Glancing up, he saw chipped bricks of concrete fall from a large chunk of the building about to collapse. The EMT shifted, forcing his two companions to move back and hopefully out of harm's way. A hand suddenly shot around the corner. Cold air burst down the narrow passage, followed quickly by ice forming along the wall and creating a thick archway above the trio. There was a loud crack as some rubble hit the makeshift overhang before tumbling harmlessly away into the back of the ally. "You really need to be more careful with your surroundings," a monotone voice spoke up as another hero appeared around the corner, hands still placed firmly against the wall. He was clad in a simple blue jumpsuit, not too dissimilar to Izuku's. It was the distinctive white and red hair which gave him up easily. The hero Shudo was standing there, scanning the area with mismatched eyes and trademark poker face. This only caused more flutters of giddiness to surface in Izuku, despite nearly being piled under more rubble. Had he been younger, he would have probably asked them both of an autograph. If he wasn't on the clock, he would have at least attempted to get a picture. "Thanks for the save," Cellophane replied, rubbing the back of his neck with a free hand. "Probably best if we get out of the danger zone," he suggested, tone slightly stressed and unnerved but upbeat. Izuku nodded slightly. "Thank you for the assistance," he said with a bright grin as they moved out into the open. Shudo simply nodded, face remaining neutral. Emerald Eyes couldn't help but spot large patches of ice coating the right side of his body. There was a subtle tremor in right arm. Before Izuku could say anything, the hero turned away, quickly moving to help with the clean-up and support the compromised buildings. Small trails of steam wisped off of him as the patches started to shrink. Izuku filed the small tidbit of info away for later, focusing back on his job. The energy and stress of the scene seemed to wane slightly as the threat was neutralized, leaving mostly clean-up and recovery efforts to continue with little impairment. Reporters slowly started to filter out of their hiding spots and out into the open to get their big scoop. Photos were taken as the large bull was restrained and sedated before being put in a large trailer by Lemillion. Those affected by trigger and unharmed were pulled into cops' cars while any who were injured continued to be treated and sent to the hospital. Analytical eyes scanned over the scene as things started to wrap up, taking in the full aftermath. Bodies scattered as buildings were chipped away and made unsafe. The heroes had kept collateral damage to a minimum, but there were large trails of ice which would need to be chipped away as well. He could only imagine the amount of people in other parts of the city where the path of destruction had reached. In the distance, more fighting could be heard, though it seemed to be far less than before. Sirens echoed through the streets, signaling that more emergency response units were already covering the other affected areas. How full were the emergency rooms going to be? How many people would end up hospitalized? Or with lasting injuries? Possibly even worse. The most frustrating part was that big incidents were no longer as rare as they used to be. Even with investigation units and hero agencies trying to track down the source of trigger, very little progress had been made. Granted, the drag wasn't the only thing going wrong in the city. Villains popped up on a regular basis, making life difficult for people just trying to go about their daily business. It was infuriating at times. Still, 7 counted trigger uses in one outbreak case? It was unheard of and extremely concerning. A hard knock on the back of his helmet snapped Izuku out of his train of thought as he flinched forward on reflex. He wiped around to come face to face with the annoyed azure gaze of a familiar brunette. Her lips were pressed into a thin frown, hardening her heart-shaped face as she crossed her arms. "What have we told you about running out into danger?" Kokoro scolded as she glared down at the green-haired paramedic. Izuku fidgeted slightly as he avoided her annoyed eyes. "Not to, but listen, it was either rush in or have her get trampled," he argued, motioning to the triage area where the young woman was sitting with a blanket around her shoulders. There were crutches resting beside her as her ankle was bandaged, but other than that there were no other injuries. He would call that a win overall. "Besides, you still drive like a maniac even with us telling you to slow down." "Yeah, last time I checked, I've never been in an accident. The last time you pulled a stunt like that, you ended up needing to be rushed back on a stretcher," Coco pointed out with a huff, hands on her hips as she shook her head. Though her posture read as aggressive, concern showed in her eyes. He couldn't really blame her if she was angry though. He never really could shake off his little habit. Something dangerous happened and you could be sure that he would end up in the middle of it, trying to help as many people as he could. A majority of the time, he would come out with very few injuries, but other times, he hadn't been so lucky. Aches rippled along his chest, phantom pains from injuries that had healed for the most part. There was still small twinges of discomfort whenever he stretched a certain way, but he had been told he had been lucky that none of the damage had been permanent. The injuries had landed him on bed rest for a week and light duty for at least a month after that. He had been going stir-crazy the entire time. His only solace was the notebooks his friends had brought so he could entertain himself with copious amounts of note-taking and theorizing. "I'll be careful, honest," Izuku stated, holding his hands up defensively. He gave the most sincere and innocent expression he could muster. Despite growing in height and honing his body to be more athletic, he retained a youthful boyish appearance. As annoying as it was sometimes, it did at the very least help him get his way a little more than he should. "Let's just focus on wrapping things up here so we can see if there are any other stations which need backup," he stated, knowing full well that the conversation wasn't over. It probably would never be over, truth be told. Even after giving up on becoming a pro hero and resolving to be a hero in a different way, he couldn't break the need to save someone from a dangerous situation. Most times it was involuntary. His body moved faster than his brain could keep up. Many times with very little self-preservation in mind. Giving in to the request, Coco just sighed and nodded, knowing their day was still far from over. The heroes had already retreated from the scene, called off to more trouble somewhere else in the city. More messes to clean up and more people to save. The day had been a long and arduous one, that much could be agreed on by everyone who responded to villain attacks. Perhaps it was just because the weather was finally warming up and more people just wanted to be active. Perhaps it was a full moon? There was no real way to tell, but it had been one of the hardest days for Izuku for many reasons. His green hair stuck out messily in all directions, still damp from the shower he had taken at the hospital after clocking out. He slouched against the seats of the train, barely paying any mind to his coworkers as they chatted beside him, complaining about how hard the day had been. His mind kept wandering back to the same place it had been all day instead. Despite keeping focused on the tasks in front of him, there was a gnawing feeling in the back of his mind. He had lost count on the number of people he had helped stabilize and treat throughout the day, but it felt like it wasn't enough. He was simply helping to treat the symptoms, acting as an antipyretic to dull the fevered effects of an infection which kept on raging inside the city. One that was starting to fester and spread, growing rampantly, unchecked with its cause unknown. It was an illness that had been left for far too long, and he couldn't just treat the symptoms anymore. If nothing else, he had to do something to help find the source of the infection and eliminate it. That was what he did as a healthcare professional: find the source of the problem and do everything he could to get rid of it so long as it benefited the patient. A sudden pressure on his forehead pulled his mind back to the present. The swaying of the train car and rhythmic thumping of the tracks became clear. The world pulled back into focus, unblurring to the sight of Coco's frown once more. Her blue jumpsuit had been traded for a brown jacket, green sweater, and jeans. "Quit zoning out, your stop is next." Despite her tired and annoyed expression, her voice was gentle and only vaguely scolding. Izuku smiled softly as he shifted in his seat, stretching his arms over his head. Several of his vertebrae popped before his shoulders. Slouched forward in exhaustion. "Thanks, not sure what I'm going to do without you to make sure I don't miss my stop." He chuckled a bit, rubbing the back of his neck. A somber mood settled between them. With all of the activity and constant stream of calls, everyone had been focused on getting from emergency to emergency with little time in between to really focus on anything else. Plans to meet up and go drinking after work had been tossed around to celebrate Izuku's last day with their team, but everyone had been dead on their feet leaving the hospital. Izuku would rather it that way though. Even if it was chaotic and hellish, it was still better than his friends being sad that he was moving on. A small thrill of excitement still fluttered in his chest at the idea of not only starting somewhere new but of working with the very heroes he had spent years looking up to. "Just don't die, please." Coco sighed heavily. "You're just lucky Team Ida 10 only had one opening for a paramedic, otherwise I would have gone with you." "Ah, Coco, you do care." Izuku gave a heartfelt grin as he felt his eyes become a bit watery. For all the bickering and small snide remarks, the two had grown as close as siblings through their schooling and training. They had been through hell together, and it was almost scary going to work without her around to watch his back. Of course. Someone had to keep your butt out of trouble. I swear if I find out that you got yourself killed, I will defib you back just to kick your butt. The brunette threatened, jabbing her finger into his chest to emphasize her point. "Ah, but I wanted you to give my eulogy and everything." Izuku smirked slightly. He knew their sense of humor was dark, but it was a common trend among healthcare professionals. How else could they cope with the stuff they saw and dealt with? "I am not going to your funeral." Coco turned her head away in a huff. "Then I will just haunt you," Izuku threatened with a small chuckle before noticing how annoyed Coco really was. She was always in the tough love camp when it came to people she cared about. The strict older sister who stood up for everyone and made sure no one messed with their team. Softer, more empathetic emotions weren't her strong suit, but Izuku had learned to pick up on the small cues over time, like the way she toyed with the end of her ponytail, or subtle glimmer in her eyes. He shook his head and gave his trademark warm and bright smile. "I promise to be observant and try stay safe, Kokoro," he said in a confident tone. Blue eyes shifted to meet green as she turned to face him once again. "You better," she said softly. Overhead, a feminine monotone voice chimed announcing the next stop. Izuku glanced up at the speakers before his gaze settled on Kokoro again. "You sure you don't want me to walk you home?" he offered, gathering the strap to his worn messenger bag and looping it over his shoulder before rising to his feet. As he shuffled forward, a young girl slipped behind him to take a seat on the crowded train. "As if anyone would try something on me," Coco stated with an air of confidence. "Besides, if you make it all the way to my place, there is no way I'm letting your half-dead but go back home alone. You'll end up on the other side of the city. Again." Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his head. You're probably right, he agreed, his grip on the holding rail tensing as the train started to slow down. Everyone in the car swayed in the same direction. Hey, Kokoro's voice spoke up once more, holding a harder edge to it this time. Izuku to look up at her, curiosity shined through the exhaustion which reflected in his evergreen eyes. Go home, eat, and get rest. I mean it. I will send Ichigo to check on you if I have to, she threatened, poking him in the chest once more. Izuku put his hands up. I will. No need to go all big sister on me, he said, stumbling a bit as the train came to a full stop. Quick reflexes made it so he caught the bar before he could fall over completely. A small sigh escaped him as he looked to Kokoro once more. I'll go home and rest. Promise. Text me when you get home, he said, moving towards the exit. Only if you sleep. Kokoro called, giving a wave. Izuku spared one last glance back to his friend, flashing a smile before crossing the threshold out into the fresh air of the open train station. Despite holding an almost biting chill, it was refreshing to be out of the crowded enclosed space. Shoving his hands in his pockets, Izuku watched the train leave the station. A small twinge of guilt stirred in him, but it was quickly pushed aside. He shook his head and started the trek to his apartment. He would rest, right after some coffee and a nice long walk. Perhaps a bit of snooping around. There was still a city to help cure. It's not wrong to dream. However, you need to be realistic, kid. Years ago, Izuku Midoriya would have never pictured himself working in medicine. He had dreams of being a pro hero, clad in a colorful costume, smiling brightly and bringing hope to everyone he met, rescuing people from disasters and beating up villains. Though, the problems with dreams was that not all of them were achievable, and life had a way of making things more difficult than they really had to be. Tack on unlucky genetics and the stigma of society, it was no wonder Izuku had pushed his dreams to the side. Instead, he focused on doing what was more realistic. A word that stuck with him long after the fateful encounter on the roof with his idol. Instead of UA, Izuku studied and crammed for a technical high school which specialized in medicine. He managed to get in and worked hard to make the best of this opportunity. During his first few months in high school, stories and news reports came up regularly about the constant attacks on his former dream school UA. The incidents went from a minor break into terrifying invasions and life-threatening injuries. Some of the students had to drop out of the program due to their injuries. As more stories came out, a small part of him was happy he hadn't gone to UA. A whisper against a mountain of regret. Then the Kamino incident happened. Not only was his former best friend turned bully kidnapped by villains, but in his rescue, the symbol of peace had fought against one of the most terrifying villains anyone had seen. Able to take a full flying punch from the #1 hero. The other pros had managed to save Bakugo and clear the area for All Might to go all out. The fight had been tense and heart-wrenching. A universal sense of doubt and fear started to creep into everyone's heart, seeing the ever-smiling All Might struggling. In the end, even while putting forth all of his effort, the symbol of peace had barely won. Among all of the shouting and celebrating, one ominous warning was made by the #1 hero. Next. It's your turn. The words were taken as a warning to villains by the general public, but thugs and blackguards took it as a challenge. Crime rate had climbed in the weeks following All Might's retirement. Small-time criminals rallied together, trying to take advantage of the situation. It was amidst all of the chaos that Izuku had a second life-altering encounter. The young teen was walking home from a long day at school, shoulders hunched forward slightly as he tried to keep in mind everything he still had to do for homework. Medicine was probably the best chance he had at still being able to save people while being relatively safe. The other benefit was there were many avenues he could take or switch to down the line, some of which involved working alongside hero agencies. For the first time in months, he was starting to feel hopeful about his future again. A sharp cry drew him from his hopeful musing. Izuku snapped his gaze up, scanning the area for where the sound could have come from. His eyes were drawn to an alleyway. A scrawny-looking middle schooler was struggling against a tall and burly thug. Izuku froze up in his track, his heart pounding in fear. He glanced around to try and find someone who could help, but the streets were empty. No people, no police, no heroes. There was another cry which snapped him out of his panicked searching. The glint of something sharp and metallic caught his eyes. The situation had gone from threatening to terrifying for both Izuku and the other kid. Before another thought could cross his mind, Izuku was off, his legs bolting across the street. A voice in his head was screaming, "What on earth are you doing?" Izuku barreled right towards the thug, not even slowing as he approached the alleyway. He shrugged off the straps to his backpack, quickly wiping it around. The loaded backpack was sent crashing into the thug's face just as he turned to see who was approaching. The large man went down. A surprised shout died on his lips as he dropped. The heavy textbooks Izuku had to lug to and from school had been surprisingly efficient as a makeshift weapon. He looked down at the unconscious thug in shock, then at the boy who looked shaken but relieved. "Are you all right?" "Why, thank you so much. You really saved me." He had done it. He had helped someone and beat a villain. Admittedly a petty thief, but still, he had managed to save someone. In that moment, it clicked in his head. "It's your turn." Maybe All Might knew this would happen, that he would have to retire. His words might not have only been a warning but a call to action. To have people rise up in his absence and try to help one another. He could do more. Realistically, there was a lot he could do. Perhaps not in the spotlight as a pro hero, but perhaps in the shadows instead. The memory grew more distant every time he thought about it. 5 years had passed since, and in that time he had learned how to defend himself with a handful of different martial arts styles. He had learned to use his body more efficiently to get around the city and difficult terrain. The numerous classes he had taken while in school also worked great for handling accidents and natural disasters. It certainly came in handy when it came to patching himself up and the occasional hero who was injured on the field. The media had given him the name Ghost, thanks to his unpredictable activity and tendency to vanish. It was a bit cliché to him, but he wasn't exactly in a position to correct them. Crawler had tried to do the same with little success. Even though it wasn't a name of his choosing, the alter ego of Ghost had done wonders for his confidence. His activity as a vigilante had been scattered over the years, starting out with simple things like stopping purse snatchers, shooing away bullies, and giving pep talks to people who needed it. It was a slow start, especially while he was in school due to how difficult his studies were. In trying to find his way, he stumbled and struggled, with many times failing to do more than make a mess. Thankfully, he made some friends along the way who also did what they could even if they weren't pros. He also did make a few connections with the more lax heroes, ones who didn't mind the help or extra pair of eyes around the troubled spots in town. A fair amount of the little info tidbits had led to some decent change in the area. A handful of times, he had helped with some of the bigger threats. Never landing the finishing blow, but it was enough to at least help. There had also been a few close calls with his identity being found out. Those had been a heart attack and a half. The last thing he could ever do is let that small secret slip. Otherwise he would be out of a job for sure. Between his lack of identity and inconsistent activity, an air of mystery seemed to surround Ghost. This had many guessing if it was one person or several. It was amusing to read the theories every now and again. Pulling out of his own mind, Izuku stared down from the building he was perched. People wandered to and fro, many trying to get home either half drunk or too exhausted to care. No one paid attention to the side streets and alleyways, focusing only on getting from point A to point B. It was the shadows which Izuku was paying attention to the most though. Small circles with readouts came across the visor, making each alley as clear as he searched for anyone who was simply loitering about. Half the time it was just a few punks staying out late, but other times the people who lingered in the side streets were trying to do business unseen. The lack of people made his job much easier, to say the least. He tapped the inside of his reinforced bracer and watched as his body disappeared from view, save for a vague distortion. It was decent enough to get away from a quick glance, but enough studying or sharp eye could still spot him. Without hesitation, the young man bolted to the edge of the building. He barely noticed the quiet hum or vibrations which shuddered through the slightly bulky knee-high boots. There was an extra push from the boots beneath him as he leaped from one building to the next. A cushion of air eased the landing as he hovered across the building, moving the next few blocks down. Movement along the rooftops caused him to glance up to an adjacent roof as he spotted a familiar cloaked figure. A small smirk crossed his face as an idea popped in his head. He changed course. Smoothly gliding along the roof, he turned speeding as he reached the edge before leaping from one side of the street to the other, aiming to land on a slightly shorter building. There was a feeling of weightlessness as he leapt and a certain amount of joy which came with seeing the world from such a vantage point. To most, such a stunt would have been terrifying, but Izuku couldn't deny he loved the small rush which followed any time he attempted similar feats. He tried to land as quietly as possible but failed to be completely silent. The slim male figure jumped almost like a frightened cat and turned quickly. A dark cloak flared out behind him as he turned, quickly swept up in the gentle breeze. The full moon overhead glinted of the metallic edge of some cards which were held between his fingers. Ghost could see the man's silver eyes beneath the black masquerade mask. He scanned the rooftop tense and paranoid. Moving slowly and silently, Ghost hovered behind the man, stopping a few feet away. "Boo!" A surprised yelp escaped the man as he disappeared in a puff of black smoke. With another poof, the figure appeared a few feet away. Izuku couldn't help the bout of childish laughter which escaped him as he watched his fellow vigilante. "Ghost! You are lucky I didn't stab you." The tone was one of exasperation and annoyance, but his body slowly started to relax. Ghost's laughter died down to small chuckles as he revealed himself. Shimmers of light faded to reveal a figure clad in a navy jumpsuit with a dark few accents around the arms and legs. The suit was slightly padded for protection but did little to fill out the young man's lanky frame. He looked harmless overall, but there was an explosive amount of strength hidden beneath the padding. The few who were unlucky enough to have an encounter with Ghost found that out the hard way. Sorry, it was too good to pass up," Ghost remarked, straightening up. "Couldn't help spooking the spook. Long time no see." "Right, well." The figure cleared his throat voice, taking on a smooth, even tone in comparison to the shock from before. "It's been a while. I didn't expect to see you around," Spook stated as he walked closer, cloak swirling around his legs as he moved. He was dressed rather finely. A white dress shirt visible under a simple black waistcoat, black slacks and dress shoes. A simple black cape hung from his shoulders, obscuring the tall, slim frame underneath. It danced and swirled with his movements. "Are you active again?" he asked, adjusting his white cloth gloves. The question was an innocent one, but still brought a sour reminder of why he had even taken a break in the first place. Being forced to take an unplanned vacation because he was too injured to even run didn't sit right with him. "I'm not exactly running around like this for fun," Ghost replied. Well, that wasn't the only reason he was out and about. He tapping the heel of the gunmetal boots together made him sink an inch or two as the hovering deactivated. A faint blue glow fading from the ring by the ankle. "Seems like there has been quite a bit of trouble lately with all these extra rowdy attacks. Figured I would lend a hand in trying to stop whoever is behind it," he stated firmly. Despite the slight modulation from the voice changer, determination was strong in his tone. He aimed to make a dent in the distributors of Trigger and make sure that they wouldn't get away with their crimes anymore. "Are you now?" the cloaked man questioned as a smirk curved his pale lips. "That's a bold claim. Word through the grapevine is that they have some pretty strong backers," Spook added, his tone suggesting that he knew more than what he was leading on. "Oh, care to share?" Ghost questioned, leaning forward slightly as if they were school kids sharing secrets. The taller man brought a hand to his pale chin and thought, "Perhaps, but only because I like you." Izuku smiled under his helmet. If there was anyone who could give him information, it was Spook. His abilities and talent for stealth made him a force to be reckoned with when it came to reconnaissance. "Totally not because I've stitched you up, what is it, 7 times? Ghost crossed his arms over his chest. "Those were only very minor injuries." Spook's tone was innocent and nonchalant as he pretended to dust something off of his vest. "So, word on the street is that the group behind this little drag is going by the name Villain Factory." "That isn't ominous at all," Ghost muttered, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he shook his head. The movement almost looked over-exaggerated with the black motorcycle helmet on his head. It was a simple design with he bottom half colored a dark gray, fitted with speakers and respirator. "Shush, I'm telling the story," Spook gently chided. The odd thing about this entire situation is that very little money has really been stolen or anything of value taken in any of the attacks. Some of the attacks have been for petty cash from a register, but nothing like a bank. His long black cape swayed in the breeze as he started to pace along the rooftop. Aside from the targets being of the more questionable moral persuasion, there is little to nothing connecting them. The only other common thread is they live in the city, he explained before snapping his fingers. There was a pair who seemed to have some sort of animosity towards one another and used the drag to win some sort of turf war. He paused, turning to Ghost fully. There is only one other major trend. Many state that they were approached by an average-looking salaryman with a briefcase. The ages tend to vary, however the type of person has always been the same. That is very nondescript, Ghost admitted with a heavy sigh. Though I suppose there is a reason no one has been able to find much about this group. He tapped the side of his helmet as he gave more thought on the matter. The latest attacks seem to have been even more random than previously. Before there was at least a common trend, right? For the most part. Spook replied with a nod. There is some speculation that they take advantage of thugs and the downtrodden. Though the last incident was quite literally a bull. Hours after the drag normally wears off, the bull is still a bull, so it wasn't some sort of quirk. Though it was also quite large. Unnaturally so. Pre-dash, the sound of a crash and the tipping of trash cans interrupted them. Both looked in the direction of the sound. A high schooler, by looks of the uniform, was running down the streets, chasing a large masked man and shouting obscenities. Stolen purse was somewhere mixed into the curses as everyone on the street part like the Red Sea. Oh my, it seems we have a small situation. Of course, mind getting us there? Ghost requested, tapping the side of his helmet. The visor zoomed in on the situation. Preferably between the dash. Before he could finish the clarification, smoke engulfed all of his senses and the feeling of weightlessness took over. The smoke cleared as quickly as it had enveloped him, leaving them at ground level. Teleportation was not a sensation he would ever get used to. Stop right there. Spook commanded loudly, holding out a hand in dramatic fashion. Out of my way, losers. The thug demanded as he seemed determined on bulldozing right through them. Ghost saw exactly where this was going. He slipped to the side, allowing just enough room for the man to pass. As he took a few steps to the left, he reached to the black utility belt. He ducked under the inevitable elbow thrown in his direction before turning and pulling a gun from its holster. He quickly took aim and fired at the legs of the petty thief. A red cable with weights tangled around the criminals. The overly large man let out a surprised shout and hit the ground with a very solid thud. And done, Ghost stated as he walked over to the thug who was rubbing his scratched and scuffed face, the makeshift mask pushed up. All right, big boy, what is all this about? He questioned, standing just out of the man's reach. None of your FING business. The beach had it coming. The man shouted, slamming his fist into the ground, causing a slight tremor in the ground. A few loose pebbles nearby danced at the sudden vibration. All right, buddy, calm down and return what you stole. Ghost crossed his arms before glancing up, seeing a rather rowdy-looking red-haired teen with what looked to be biker boots stomping up to them. Probably better than deal with the alternative, he suggested, realizing that this girl was probably not the kind you wanted to PSS off. He spotted a yellow purse beside the man and quickly snatched it up before the thug had a chance to grab it. I swear I will castrate you with a rusty spoon. The girl screeched, her boots clomping against the ground as she stormed up to the trio. Her hair was a mess and the right side of her face seemed to be a tad bit swollen. Inwardly, Ghost flinched at the statement and how intense the girl seemed. Thankfully Spook stood in the way, unfazed. I doubt that will be necessary, young miss. He stated in a very gentlemanly tone, followed by a bow. The man has been apprehended and we will return your belongings, he explained, standing up straight once more, trying to remain as charming as possible. The girl seemed to be taken off guard by the masked man who stepped in her way before she aggressively pointed to her face. The F-dash? You think I am just going to let him walk away after punching me? Fatty here is going to get his butt beat. She slammed her right fist into her left palm as if to prove a point. A malicious sneer crossed her face which sent shivers down Izuku's spine. This girl was far too familiar to a certain blonde for Ghost's liking. Effing beach. Say that to my face, the thug shouted, jerking himself up into a sitting position. He looked like he was about to jump up and lunge at the girl. If the cords had not been tied around his legs, he probably would have. Ghost sighed heavily, peeking at the wallet inside the purse to ensure that it was in fact the girl's, while Spook tried to neutralize the argument. Though it was becoming very clear that his usual suave charm fell on deaf ears. The vigilante was a toothpick between two mad dogs barking at one another. Ghost tossed the purse over to the girl. The screaming paused for a moment as she fumbled to catch her purse, nearly dropping it. "All right, kid. You have your belongings back. If you beat this guy up, you'll get in trouble. So how about you settle for filing a report, then go from there," he offered, trying to rein in his growing irritation. His second wind was quickly dying down and exhaustion starting to creep back into his body. The inevitable crash from the caffeine buzz was starting to kick in hard. Hell no, am I listening to two masked losers like you? I mean, who even are you? Not heroes from around these parts. The high schooler snapped, crossing her arms over her chest, dark eyes narrowed in suspicion. Talk about ungrateful, Izuku thought to himself. He was trying really hard not to snap at the rude girl when a rather jovial voice spoke up. "That's what I was wondering." The sound of wings flapping behind them reached their ears. Both vigilantes' shoulders rose slightly as they tensed before turning. Flying a few feet above them was none other than the number 2 hero. Hawks was watching the scene from above, his majestic crimson wings beating loudly. A large smile curved the hero's lips, but it didn't quite reach his honey brown eyes, staring at them with the intensity of a predator. Ghost took a breath as to calm the sudden jolt of nerves and bubble of fanboy giddiness which was starting to surface. He needed to keep his cool. The last thing needed at that moment was to give any reason to look suspicious and then have to try and outrun one of the fastest heroes alive, if not the fastest. "Trying to keep the peace and take care of the small stuff," he explained with a shrug. "Ah well, that is nice of you." Hawk's wings flapped once before he dropped to the ground. Wind-tousled blonde hair swayed slightly in the breeze. His posture was relaxed, but the fierce glint remained in his sharp gaze. "No trouble at all," Ghost replied before tilting his head slightly, like one would normally do when trying to give a friendly smile. "Ghost and Spook at your service," the gentleman introduced with a flourished bow. "We were merely detaining this fellow and returning this lovely lady's belongings," he explained, tone chipper and cordial as always. Spook was one hell of a showman when he needed to be. Thankfully, the belligerent girl seemed to have gone starry-eyed over the hero as she did not complain about the simplified story. "That sums it up." Ghost nodded in agreement, facing the hero but keeping an eye on the petty thief who was trying his hardest to untangle the cords from around his legs, though he only looked to be making more of a mess and tightening the binds more than anything. "Idiot." There was a flash of red and blue as a cop car rounded the corner. Ghost caught the faint smell of smoke and relaxed slightly. "Happy to help out." "Later," he chimed as smoke engulfed his senses once more. Hawks tensed as the two vanished before blinking several times, realizing he had been left to take care of the situation. "Rude. That was way too close." Ghost let out a relieved sigh as he leaned up against the wall of the building beside him. The pair had only moved a few blocks away, but it was far enough, as long as no one immediately started looking for them. It was a mixed bag when it came to heroes and how they viewed vigilantes. Generally, as long as you didn't use excessive force, they didn't mind. Some found them helpful, others made it their mission to track vigilante down as if they were worse than the villains. Hawks fell in the first category, but there was still an undertone of paranoia. Every few months, there was a push to clear the streets of the reckless, self-righteous hoodlums, as some people referred to them as. I would not worry about Hawks, the cops on the other hand. Spook trailed off with a shrug. "Well, it was nice running into you and all, but I think I will call it quit for tonight," Spook sighed, while adjusting his vest slightly. "Yeah, same, kinda disappointing night overall," Ghost lamented, stretching his arms over his head. The lingering sense of wanting to do more still gnawed at the back of his mind. He had done little to nothing to help with Trigger. Nonsense. We managed to stop a thief. And potentially some sort of fight altogether. That's pretty good. the gentleman retorted in a jovial tone, trying to find the silver lining. Yeah, but I wouldn't call that a hugely successful night. The shorter man's shoulders slumped slightly. Hey, we can only do so much. We can't bring down some sort of big villain every time we find one, let alone do so every night. Small victories are still victories in the end, and as long as you help people, no matter how small it is, we are still helping, the monochromatic man chimed as he held up a finger. Ghost paused a moment in contemplation before nodding. True, very true. He pushed off from the wall. Well, it was great seeing you again. But we better get out of here before more troubles find us. If you hear anything about Trigger, let me know. Will do. Take it easy. Spook exclaimed in a cheery tone before vanishing in a cloud of black smoke once more. Izuku let out a sigh watching the taller man disappear before shaking his head, digging through his backpack to change. He knew Spook meant well, he really did. Saving people from small stuff is rewarding in its own way, but when faced with a much larger task, he couldn't simply take solace in the small things. A threat still loomed over their heads, making everything else insignificant in comparison. Izuku knew that, even as Ghost, he couldn't just take down a large organization, but he could at least help others do it. He just needed more information. A large yawn escaped Izuku, reminding him of how exhausting the day had been. A glance to the top right-hand corner of the screen on his visor showed him that it was just after midnight. Perhaps a few hours of sleep wouldn't hurt. Tomorrow he could do some planning and poking around. Loud annoying beeping blared repetitively at 7 a.m. sharp, jolting Izuku from his sleep. Disoriented grumbles escaped him as a hand fumbled on the nightstand. The phone was nudged onto the carpeted floor with a mutated thump. Muffled curses were huffed as the mound of pillows and blankets shifted and an arm reached down from the bed, patting the ground. Clumsy fingers brushed against cool glass and the irritating chirping finally quieted, leaving only the sound of a passing train nearby. It was too early. Painful pressure pulsed behind tired eyes as Izuku slowly forced himself to sit up. He emerged from the comforters in little more than a pair of worn gray sweatpants. He knew he would regret staying up to take notes on his frustrating slim discoveries about Trigger. Why did he have to be up this early? Several tasks flitted through the haze of his dazed thoughts, reminders of appointments and stops that needed to be made. Right. Still half asleep, the young man grumbled and stumbled out of his bed. Small gaps between the closed blinds allowed enough light to filter into the room so he could see without it being painful. The room was messy with clothes scattered alongside papers and books, concealing the beige carpet beneath. A chair sat in the far corner, heaped with mostly clean clothes that he had been too busy to sort out. Posters of a variety of heroes covered the walls, sometimes overlapping. All Might posters hung around the messy desk fitted in a corner by the window. As the posters spread along the wall, other heroes made an appearance. Best, Genist, MP Lady, Ectoplasm, Hawks all scattered across the walls, slowly fading into more recent heroes such as Froppy, Creati, Uravity and Shudo. There was a dresser beside the door, simple and black. Upon it sat a large collection of All Might memorabilia with a scattering of other heroes with a thin layer of dust between the items. I should really clean up, Izuku muttered to himself as he scratched the back of his head, messing his hair up further. He shuffled out of his room, stumbling in a drowsy state but managing to get through it with no added bruises. Blinding bathroom lights only made his headache worse as he muttered a curse. Tired, verdant eyes stared back at him in the mirror. He'd long since gotten used to the bags under his eyes. Since high school, his sleeping habits had not been the best. Exhaustion weighed heavily on his shoulders as small whispers of doubt started to surface. Keeping a balance between work and his hobbies was already a struggle. Could he keep up with his new job and try to take down Trigger? Something not even authorities and real heroes had managed to do, and they had an entire force. Even the Trigger-happy villains were starting to give heroes a real challenge. Kudesh. Before another thought could form, he slapped both sides of his freckled face. The stinging shock broke the spiral before it could start. I can do this, he breathed, a spark of determination flickering in his eyes. After this, Izuku's morning routine went as normal. The shower woke him up fully, the heat helping to ease the headache. Cleaned up, dressed in it. Simple pair of jeans and an All Might t-shirt, Izuku padded out into the living room. The space was cozy and cluttered with books, papers, folders and notes. On the far side of the room was a large bookshelf filled with a combination of textbooks and notebooks, each one filled to the brim with notes he had taken over the years. There was a well-worn dark gray couch with an old TV sat upon a rickety-looking TV stand. An oval birch coffee table stood between the two, scattered with notebooks and a few hero magazines. Similar posters to the ones in his room migrated into the living space but limited to only a handful. Tucked in the corner was a small simple kitchen with stools set up on the other side of the counter to eat. A few dishes sat on the countertop but went ignored as Izuku started the coffee maker, finding that to be the most important thing. With coffee in hand and a bowl of microwaved miso soup, Izuku checked his phone. Several notifications for missed messages and emails were waiting for him. He sipped his coffee, enjoying the warmth as it spread throughout his body, half-lidded eyes scanning over the text on the screen. There was a message asking for people to work the late shift. Even though it was his day off, he gave it some serious consideration. It always sucked to be short-staffed, it just made their job more dangerous. The next message was from Coco warning him not to take the extra shift. The small text brought a smirk to Izuku's lips as he heard her scolding voice in his mind. With a small chuckle, he brought up the keyboard. "Kokoro, do not go in. I will tie you to the bed myself. Kokoro, you better have slept." "Izuku, kankawai." "Komo." "I'm being serious." "Izuku, NCST isn't my thing. I did sleep though." "Kokoro, I hate you so much right now." "Izuku, don't worry, I have no plans on going in." Yet, Izuku thought to himself with a smirk before taking another sip of his coffee. He knew Coco was not a morning person, but it was fun to taunt her. The threat just made it more tempting to take up the extra shift. He wasn't on the hospital's schedule anymore. However, his boss had been nice enough to leave the door open in case he ever wanted to pick up shifts. Normally he would have slept in much longer for a night shift, but hey, that's what caffeine was for. Several notifications popped on the screen as the clock ticked over to 7:30, reminders of everything he had to do that day. Among them was taking some documentation to Team Idayton's office. Izuku couldn't help but smile, thinking back to the morning he had opened the email stated he had gotten the job. It had been phenomenal news for him. He had been hoping to get a job as a hero agency paramedic right out of school. Unfortunately, every application was met with rejection. All of the agencies required at least 1 year of experience. It was understandable. Agency paramedics were normally first on the scene, sometimes before police or firefighters. While they didn't go into active villain situations, they were close on standby to assist with any injuries and help with the rescue. There was more danger involved, but it was worth it. He would get to work at a hero agency. It was like a dream come true. A very bittersweet dream. Shaking his head, Izuku pushed the thoughts out of his head and down the rest of his coffee. He poured what was left in the pot into a thermos to take on the road. He gathered up everything he would need into his worn-out yellow messenger bag, slipping in an amber-colored envelope into the bag along with his pencil case, a few snacks and a brand new notebook. QA number 21 was written in small letters at the top right corner of the cover. He had dropped, for the future, and broadened his scope to all quirks after the ill-fated 13th book. Instead of being scrawled across the front, the names had been pushed into the corner as the uptick in villains had made him even more paranoid. He had tried to stop his little habit, but he couldn't help but want to write down everything that flowed through his head. It was a compulsion which could not be restrained. So instead he had taken to making his notes look more like that of an art student's sketchbook with doodles and taking up half the page. His notes and theories were written much smaller as well. In doing this, he had gotten pretty good at drawing, at least in his mind. From time to time, the entire page would be taken up by a particular moment from a fight which stuck out in his mind. Izuku made sure his keys, phone and wallet were all in their rightful place before heading to the doorway. He slipped on a pair of worn red sneakers and a warm green jacket before opening the door. "I'm off," he called to the quiet apartment, more out of habit than anything else. Maybe I should get a cat, he thought briefly before simply shrugging off the notion. There was already far too much on his plate to worry about a pet. The first stop Izuku made was to a nearby convenience store where he stocked up on a variety of quick meals. He gave a bright smile as when entering the shop, waving to the owner. The aging man gave a smile and waved back before motioning to a freezer on the far end. Izuku nodded and gave a thank you. He had been going to the same little shop for years, doing small food drives. Most of the food collected was going to be thrown out for being near the expiration date was sold for a discounted price. Izuku would take it to the local park where some of the homeless lingered just trying to get by. Most of them were older men who lost their jobs for one reason or another. Yet he had seen a fair few teens with bad quirks or quirkless. He spent time listening to their problems and giving advice. Most took it, but others had to find their own path. It was heartbreaking every time. He had only found out about the group due to some petty thief trying to jump him when he was coming home exhausted from classes. One of the men had stepped in to help Izuku and scare off the thief. Overall, they were a really good group of people just down on their luck. Izuku casually walked down the street towards a large park a few blocks away from the university. It was the largest park in the district, so it was usually busy at almost any time during the day. It was also heavily forested, leaving plenty of places for people to hide. His eyes glanced up at the trees, which were still mostly bare from the winter months prior. Signs of life were starting to bud along the branches as a few leaves scattered the limbs here and there. It was only a matter of time before the sakura trees blossomed and colored the entire pathway with soft pink petals. It was always a nice sight for how short-lived it all was. Izuku followed a familiar winding path off of the main road into the wooded area of the park. It was a perfect quiet spot if you needed a place to just sit and think for a while. A small escape from the hustle and bustle of the city which surrounded them. The trees gave way to what looked to be a picnic clearing, but it had been commandeered by some sort of small tent camp. There were a few people lingering near a fire pit trying to stir the embers back to life to stave off the morning chill. Many of the occupants in the area were still asleep or had head out to scavenge. Bags of aluminum cans were scattered here and there among the tents waiting to be recycled. For as much as society looked down on these people, most did at least try to contribute in some way, like picking up litter to recycle and doing small odd jobs. Sure, it was to make a quick buck, but it was at least an honest living. An older balding man noticed Izuku approaching and waved, giving a wide smile showing off every other tooth which still remained. Midoriya. Good to see you. It is nice to see you as well, Jean. I hope things have been all right? Izuku asked as he approached the small camp with a friendly smile. Most shifted their gaze to the green-haired fellow and waved or gave small smiles. As well as we can. Just the usual, Jean chuckled, shaking his head. Just glad it is finally warming up. Tents don't give much protection or warmth. Izuku nodded slightly. I hope the shelters weren't too full, he replied, giving a sympathetic smile. I bought some stuff from the konbini. He offered up the 2 bags from the shop. Admittedly, it probably wasn't the most nutritious food, but it was still something. Thank you so much, Midoriya. You are too kind, Jean said as he accepted the bags when they were offered. The young man gave a wide smile. No problem, just doing what I can to help. A few of the other residents of the tent village drew close, offering their thanks as well to Izuku. Honestly, he was just happy to give a helping hand when he could. There is not much we can do, but if you ever need help, let us know, a much older balding man said as he approached, a knotted wooden cane held together by tape aiding the man as he walked. Izuku scratched the back of his head. I did have one question, he admitted, tone a bit hesitant as he tried to weight his words carefully. What is it? Jean asked, simply passing the bags to the other men behind him after picking a simple sandwich from the bag. There haven't been any people in suits skulking around, have there? He asked, remembering Spook's words the night before. Not around here. Jean looked to the other men around him who simply shrugged or shook their heads. There was one, but he looked lost more than anything. A voice from the back of the crowd spoke up. I think Aikido said something about someone in a suit approaching him about some kind of drags. Another voice spoke up. Izuku looked over, noticing a man who looked in his late 40s or so, rather plain-faced with tired gray eyes behind a scratched pair of glasses. Something about taking part of a study or something. Did it once and got paid for it. A few guys tried to do the same thing, but we haven't seen them around in a while. The man shrugged slightly. It was not uncommon for people to up and leave or not come back. Still, the story made Izuku's gut twist slightly. It could have simply been a drag study, or they seemed to be taking advantage of thugs and the downtrodden. He frowned slightly before letting out a sigh. I see. You just be careful, he warned softly, not really wanting to get any of them riled up on just a hunch. There have been rumors going around about some kind of shady gang taking advantage of people. Some say it's connected to the random villain attacks. The group muttered to one another, sharing concerned glances and frowns. The fact that people were trying to take advantage of their state wasn't exactly new. But the last thing any of them wanted was to end up on the wrong side of a hero. Thank you for the warning, we will keep an eye out and be careful, Jean said before cracking a huge smile. You're such a good kid. Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Thank you, but I'm just doing what I can. If you can spread the warning around, all right. You got it. No problem. We'll keep our eyes peeled for anyone shady. The men all nodded, giving small smiles and thumbs up. The twist in Izuku's gut eased slightly. He might have made a small impact with his warning or made no difference at all, but the important part was that at least the homeless might not fall victims if anything were going on. The men had it rough as it was. A chime went off on his phone and he glanced to his smartwatch, seeing it was already 8. Right then. Sorry, my visit is so short this time. Be safe, guys. I'll try to stop by in another few weeks. Take care. He waved, adjusting his bag slightly. Take care, Midoriya. Thank you. Be safe. The group called, waving and bowing to the young man as he disappeared into the trees back down to join the main pedestrian path. Izuku glanced back, letting out a small sigh, hoping his warning would be enough. He felt only slightly better about the situation before pushing on to his next stop. The next stop on his list was only a 15 minutes train ride away. A short trip, thankfully, as it was a nightmare trying to stay on the train for any longer. Rush hour made it so that everyone was crushed together in the cars. He used the small break to scroll through the news feed on his phone, seeing it had been a slow news day. Most of the stories still swirled around the attack from the day before with a drip feed of information. It was definitely classified as another trigger attack, but the suspects didn't even know what happened. Most claimed to be going about their normal day before feeling a sharp pain, then what could only be described as an acid trip. Were they all just randomly drugged? Did someone use their quirk to administer the drag? Darts? Bullets? Aerosols? There were still too many unknowns. The biggest seemed to be how no one knew where the bull came from. Exceptionally wild cattle did not just wander the business district. The people who had been arrested were released with no one charged for the attack. More people were becoming annoyed at the ongoing problem as time went on. I'll definitely be busy, Izuku muttered to himself before pocketing the phone as the next stop was announced. Carefully, he managed to wade through the tide of people, following the current out of the car before he could be swept back into the train by the oncoming crowd. Once outside in the open air, Izuku relaxed. He made quick work of the walk, taking in all of the local shops and eateries for future reference. He stopped in front of a 4-story building which didn't stand out too much from those around it, others aside from the logo of a man running silhouette with a circle behind it. Small flutters of nerves stirred in his gut, but a deep breath quelled the anxiety before it could take root. This was the beginning of a new chapter in his life. They had chosen him to work there. He had to make his best impression. With his confidence up, Izuku stepped forward, reaching to open the door when suddenly it flew open, smacking him in the face and causing the green-haired man to stumble back, slightly reeling from the blow. Everything seemed to slow down in that chaotic moment. The din of the street crowd was quickly overtaken by the loud voices in the middle of what seemed to be bickering. Through all of the voices, one rough and rather aggressively boisterous voice struck him. Wide watery forest green met angry crimson, and suddenly Izuku was back in middle school. Ghosts of heat searing his skin from the memories believed to be forgotten. For a moment the two stared at each other, recognition shining brightly among the myriad of other emotions which reflected in the shared gaze. Bakugo! A stern and exasperated voice cut through the haze. See, this is why you need to be more careful. A man about their age approached them, as navy blue eyes were fixed on the young hero from behind square frames. Bakugo nearly spat, his gaze never leaving the shorter male. Even as both grew older, Izuku could never quite catch up with the blonde, in many ways. The hero's eyes only narrowed further as the voice of reason was ignored. Deku? The F, are you doing here? Several impulses ran through Izuku's mind, old ingrained habits screaming to flinch or flee from the blonde. They both had changed over the past 5 years. Bakugo wasn't the only one who got stronger. Hands lowered from his bloodied nose as he stood up a bit straighter, meeting Bakugo's gaze. Long time no see, Bakugo, he replied, biting back on old habits. Izuku managed a weak smile. I'll start work here next week. Midoriya? The voice pulled Izuku's gaze to meet his boss, Ida Tenya. See Bakugo, this is why you can't just throw door open. The man lectured as he gesticulated wildly. So sorry, Midoriya. No, it's fine. Really. Honest mistake, Izuku sputtered, holding up his hands trying to defuse the situation. He wasn't really sure how much his childhood friend had really matured. The image of a rabid-chained and muzzled first-place winner was still a very vivid memory. There was another aggravated click of the blonde's tongue as he glared at Ida. The F, you hiring useless losers like him for? He growled, jerking his thumb towards Izuku. I'm a paramedic, Izuku cut in before Ida could speak, a sliver of pride showing through. I might not beat up bad guys, but I'm still helping people. A fleeting expression of surprise showed on Bakugo's. His frown twisted into an angry snarl. So what? You're only slightly less useless, he challenged, stepping closer. The impulse to step back pulled at Izuku's body, but he held his ground. There was a chime as the headset in Ground Zero's right ear flashed blue. He paused, the scowl on his face only deepening as he narrowed his eyes at Izuku. Tisich, probably still get in a shit ton of trouble. Just don't get in my way, shitty Deku. He bellowed before blasting off over the crowded streets. Izuku sighed heavy, rubbing the back of his neck. Some people don't change much. Sorry about all that, Midoriya. Please come in, your nose is still bloodied, Ida pointed out as he backed away from the entrance of the building, maneuvering his motorized wheelchair so that Izuku could follow. Oh no, it's a... Thank you. Izuku sputtered. Suddenly a jolt of fear ran through his chest as he wondered, this. Bakugo work here as well? He questioned, unable to help himself as some nervousness slipped into his voice. No, he works at the Nest, Hawk's agency, Ida replied, wheeling himself alongside the new hire. Our zones overlap, so we do work alongside them quite often though. Is there going to be issues? You two seem to have some history, Ida questioned with a concerned tone. The sympathetic look which softened the usually sharp Navy gaze showed he was worried more for his employee's sake. No, it should be fine, Izuku spoke up, scratching the back of his head. We grew up together and well. At least he didn't use his explosions. So he has gotten better. Ida blinked once before giving a small smile. I see, it's a good thing you are at least familiar with his temperament. I was in his class the first year of UA. He has improved since then, but I don't appreciate him talking down about my staff. He may think he can say whatever he wants, but I won't tolerate it. Ida gave a firm nod as they moved further into the building. Izuku gave a small smile and nodded. Ida's attempts to lecture Bakugo might have been a small and relatively ineffective effort, but it was still one which Izuku did appreciate. It also put him a little more at ease working for him. With a few quick instructions, Izuku managed to make his way to the restroom in the lobby to clean up. A few careful splashes of cool water washed of blood away before it could fully dry. Izuku stared at his reflection a moment, gently prodding his nose. It was red where the door had collided and he would no doubt bruise. Despite a bit of pain, nothing had been broken, thankfully. The last thing he wanted to do was start his new job with a broken nose. With a deep breath, he approached the door a bit more carefully and exited. His gaze caught Ida, who was speaking with the receptionist. He approached with a small smile. Sorry for the wait. I brought the papers that were needed, he said, shuffling through his messenger bag and pulling out the folder. All of them are copies for you to keep, to make things easier. Ah, wonderful. We can get everything filed away then. Ida grinned, accepting the paper and handing them to the receptionist. Make sure that Masao receives these, he instructed. The packet was accepted. With a nod and a smile before Ida turned back to Izuku. Do you want to pick up your uniform and a tour of place now or next week? Oh, I suppose if there isn't a lot going on now, it might be best. Better now than when it's dash. Before Izuku could finish, a sharp beeping sound went off from the wheelchair. Ida tapped the headset in his right ear. A frown etched on his face as it looked like something had happened. Apologies, Midoriya. It seems there is a situation which needs handling, Ida stated as he tapped a panel on the left armrest of his chair, bringing up a holographic menu. Oh, no problem. Part of the job, right? Izuku nodded before glancing to the door to the stairs, which were thrown open and 3 figures came running out. 2 brunette girls, one in red and the other in pink. The third person was a familiar male with 2-toned hair. He moved back slightly to stay out of the way of Kriati, Uravity and Shudo. All 3 bolted through the lobby. The flutter of admiration returned but was tempered by nerves. Wow, must be pretty serious, he muttered softly before seeing a large white truck with the agency logo on it pull up to the front of the building, allowing for the team to scramble together. Excuse me. I'll see you Monday, Midoriya. Ida spoke up hurriedly before his chair zipped off at an impressive speed to assist in coordinating everyone. A feeling twisted in his gut as an impulse to follow struck him hard. No, they have multiple pro heroes, not to mention Bakugo is in the area as well. He might already be there. Knowing him, he scolded himself, knowing that without his gear or uniform he would just be another civilian. Probably in the way more than anything. His eyes trailed after the large truck as it took off. Izuku stepped out of the agency, watching as they sped away, the sirens echoing down the block as emergency services all scattered to suppress the threat. Forcing himself to turn away from the danger, he made his way to the train station. He had no clue where to go and it seemed quite the distance away. Letting out a heavy sigh, the young man made his way down the stairs down into the station. His eyes were cast downward as he moved along with the crowds. He quickly scanned his pass, continuing to move towards the platform. Weaving his way around the people lingering around the platform, he walked towards the back half where the train would stop. Izuku leaned against one of the large columns, then dug into his pocket a moment to fish out his phone. He scrolled his text messages and pulled up a conversation with Ame. Izuku, hey, on my way, should be there in a half hour. Did you eat? He sent the message and stared at the phone for any sign that it was received before the train's arrival was announced. He looked down the tunnel, watching as 2 points of lights quickly expanded and brightened. Within seconds, the train arrived, screeching to a halt. There was a quick exchange of passengers before the train was off again. The car wasn't as full as it had been earlier, so he managed to grab a seat. Green eyes focused on the screen once more, checking for a reply. He simply sighed, not seeing one, and brought up the browser. He quickly searched the news sites, but nothing had quite surfaced just yet on the new villain attack. He mindlessly started browsing around, eyes falling to half closed as his thoughts started wandering. The dull ache in his face pulled his mind to the brash blonde. It seemed old habits lingered, even if they were accidental. He shouldn't have been surprised. He knew Bakugo would be in the city working. It had been a miracle to not have run into him in the past few years. The times he had responded to a scene in which Ground Zero was working, Izuku just blended into the crowd of workers. Even with the tension between them, he still admired the rising hero for his adept control of his quirk and tactics. For having such destructive quirk, the collateral was kept surprisingly low. It was impressive, to say the least. Thankfully, Ground Zero was also one to never linger on the scene longer than needed. Bringing a hand up to rub the bridge of his nose, Izuku just sighed. It didn't surprise him that Bakugo still held the same low opinion. Perhaps he could change it with time? There was no telling if things would get better or worse, but he at least had to try. A vibration caught him off guard, causing him to jump slightly before he dug into his pocket, checking his phone. Where he was expecting a text, instead he got an alert from the news app. It seemed that there were some updates on the villain attack. Giant quirk and multi-arms? Messy, he winced slightly, seeing the image of a large four-armed man, skin darkened as he stood nearly 5 stories high. This was especially bad in the city. There would no doubt be a ton of people at risk. Maybe I should have gone. He sighed softly before pocketing his phone, seeing only a small blurb at the bottom as more updates were needed. Well, not much I can really do now, he muttered as he leaned his head back. Just as his mind was starting to trail off again, he felt a subtle vibration which varied from the rhythmic thump of the track beneath them. He blinked, sitting up a bit. There was another silent rumble, stronger than the first. What? He muttered before suddenly there was rhythmic series of thumps. The vibrations grew stronger. His eyes widened slightly. Oh, you've got to be kid dash. Just then the train lurched forward as it attempted to slow down, screeching echoing in the tunnel. Everyone, hold on, he shouted, his mind immediately snapping into emergency mode as the train jostled with each earth-shattering thump. The train was thrown from the rail, sliding along the side as daylight flooded the tunnel. Everyone, hold on. Izuku shouted, his mind immediately snapping into emergency mode as the train jostled with each earth-shattering thump. The ground seemed to roll with the impact, throwing the cars from the track. Continuing with the momentum, the train sheared along the wall, filling the tunnel with the sound of screeching and crunching metal. Dust and debris rained down from the weakened structures as daylight flooded the tunnel. After what felt like an eternity, everything finally came to a stop. Izuku took a slow, shaky breath to steady his nerves. Quickly, his eyes shifted around the car, scanning over every detail, taking in the scene. The car had, thankfully, remained intact. Everyone had been thrown off of their feet and were on the ground. While disoriented, no one was obviously bleeding or had any gaping wounds. Is everyone all right? He called as the 20 or so people in the car started looking around, spooked and shaken. Evergreen eyes flickered around the car as he carefully got to his feet, taking an inventory of his body to make sure nothing had happened to him. When all was clear, he turned and pulled on the lever for the emergency exit. The window panel folded outwards with a squeak. Wincing at the bright sunlight, Izuku leaned out of the car. The front of the train had toppled over and some of the cars were badly damaged. He cursed under his breath before turning his head. The tunnel they just passed before the derailing was still intact. The ground shook as there was more thumping. Shifting his gaze towards the large hole in the concrete in front of him, he saw bits of the battle. An enormous foot slammed into the ground, causing everything to jump and the street around the hole to crumble a bit before it was forced away. F-dash. A panicked shiver shot up his spine as he looked to everyone else in the car. Everyone get up. We cannot stay here, he shouted, starting to help up the closest person. All eyes were turned to the green-haired man as he practically lifted up an older gentleman and righted him onto his feet. It was bad practice to move people without a proper assessment, but there were too many people in the small space and a giant threat was looming over them. Seeing his actions, others started to do the same, helping each other up. We need to move. Head down the tunnel where we came from, he directed, helping up an older woman and making sure she could stand before pointing to the window he had opened. Some muttered, questioning his judgment, until there was another set of earth-shaking vibrations and several beams creaked echoing in the tunnel. Their damaged state starting to give weight under the stress of the street above. Now! Izuku commanded, urging the others to start moving. Thankfully there was no more second-guessing this time. Everyone started to assist each other up and make a break towards the window. Izuku shuffled his way towards the front of the car. A quick glance back showed that most of the people were able to escape. The few who were still staggered were at least able to move by their own power. Turning to the door between the cars, Izuku yanked on the handle hard, slamming it open before doing the same to the door to the next car. This time, most of the people were already on their feet and starting to panic. Which was the worst thing in this situation. Hey, we need to get moving. He projected his voice over the growing worried din. All eyes turned to him once again, many filled with the same terror and uncertainty he had seen in many of his patients in the past. He summoned his best reassuring smile. We can get out of here, we just need to stay calm and move, he urged, then pointed to the window. Pull the emergency lever. An older gentleman near the window spotted the yellow handle and pulled on it. Good, now help each other and get moving, he instructed, holding a hand out to a young man who was still on the ground. There was more shaking from above which caused several people to start panicking and scramble out of the train car. Some moved through the door that he had opened using any available exit to them. Much like the previous car, there weren't any major injuries. Just a few scrapes and cuts, some sprained joints and bumped heads, but people could still move. Izuku hurried past the car of exiting people. "Head back the way we came," he called. It might have been obvious, but in this situation, logic seldom came into play. He spotted the door to the next car was already open with people starting to crow around the escape point. There was no way he was going to get to the next car that way. He shifted to jump out of the second window that had been opened. He easily landed on his feet and continuing towards the front of the train. Thankfully there were more people in the tunnel up ahead, so he didn't have to yell for everyone to get moving. Some even managed to figure out the emergency windows. Ruble fell into the tunnel as explosions and the sound of battle could be heard above. People stopped to glance up before hurrying towards their escape. Izuku sighed before feeling a strong tremor once again. This time though, it did not let up as it felt as if there was an earthquake rocking the city. Everyone wobbled on shaky legs before being knocked over as another thunderous crash echoed from above. A shock wave rippled along the ground. Izuku barely managed to keep his feet under him as he braced himself on the car beside him. Terrified screams echoed throughout the tunnel as parts of the ceiling came crashing down around them. After a few agonizingly slow seconds, everything calmed down. Izuku took a shaky breath, standing upright again. His gaze scanned over the scene for new dangers as several power cables were now laying on the ground. Electric sparks flickered dangerously. "Wonderful," he muttered under his breath. He carefully stepped away from the train, looking up to see several people also rising to their feet. The sound of fighting continued, but the shaking had stopped, giving him some hope that someone had knocked the giant out. Taking another breath to calm his nerves, Izuku called up to the passengers. "Be careful, there are live wires around here." Several people muttered before shifting to safer exit paths. Izuku continued towards the front of the train where the more damaged cars were. A few had been completely tipped over. He carefully moved towards the car, pulling the door open with a few good yanks. The metal screeched as it was forced open. "Is everyone all right in there?" he called, pulling himself up into the train. The sight which greeted him was one he had braced for, but one could never really prepare for the carnage of a major accident. Before him was a car full of thrown people and broken bodies. Some were starting to move slowly, sitting up in a daze, no doubt shaken from the recent shockwave. Several sobbing voices rose along with some people calling for help. Setting his jaw, Izuku pulled the rest of his body through. "I'm going to help where I can," he assured, his eyes scanning, assessing and analyzing the injured. He quickly dug into his messenger bag, pulling out a first aid kit. He grabbed several rolls of gauze he had borrowed from the hospital and crouched near a girl laid out on the ground, whimpering. She was holding her head, blood pooling from the beneath her right hand. "Hey, Lay, still okay?" His voice was softer as he pulled on a pair of gloves, then tore open the package. He opened the girl's eyes, noting how the pupils were at the very least even and reacting to the light. Better than the alternative. He made a quick work of wrapping the girl's head with firm but gentle pressure. He could hear more people moving around him. Some trying to help the injured while others simply tried to escape the damaged car. Once he was done dressing the wound, Izuku looked around to see who needed his help next. More people were moving now, which was promising. He looked to the girl, weary about moving her since she had struck her head, before placing a hand on her shoulder. "Sit tight for now." He gave an encouraging smile. "Help is going to come, all right?" The young teen, no more than 14, could only nod as she looked up at him with dark watery eyes. "Do your best to lay still and breath. I'm going to help someone else," he said before slowly getting up and carefully stepping around the broken glass and bent handrails. He saw one man trying and failing at standing up, his balance obviously thrown off. "Sir, please, sitting is probably the best option for you." He firmly held the man's shoulder. He caved with little resistance, sinking to the ground. One look in the man's eyes was enough to tell he probably had a concussion. "Sit still. Help is on the way," Izuku assured, patting his shoulder and hoping he would do as he was asked. He looked around once more, catching sight of a still figure. His stomach clenched as he saw an older man in a suit, laying on his back, miming and groaning. Bleeding from several cuts thanks to the broken glass, but also a gaping hole in his side. One of the handrails was piercing through his side. Izuku's side burned in sympathy pains, but he pushed ahead. Carefully he moved to the man's side, examining the wound. Thankfully, it was his left side and didn't pierce through all the way but rather stabbed into an area with few vital organs. Taking a breath, he found a weakened spot in the pole and carefully pried the metal from the man's side. Blood started to gush quickly from the wound. Izuku hurriedly pressed down on the wound with another roll of gauze to hold back the blood. Quickly, he tried to tape down the makeshift bandage as firmly as he could, trying to make a pressure dressing. As he pulled his hand back, he saw a shadow of crimson already starting to color the gauze. He cursed under his breath, knowing that it was a very temporary fix. Izuku glanced around the toppled train, seeing more people in similar condition. They needed more help and proper supplies. Before he could turn his attention to looking for another patient, the ground rattled slightly as explosions went off above ground. Panicked cries from the tunnel caused Izuku's heart to jump. Now what? Carefully, he made his way to the door, peeking between the cars to see a tall but scrawny-looking man in a tank top and ripped jeans. The light from the tunnel reflected brightly off of the mane of silver hair trailing down his back. The man cackled as people fled down the tunnel. "Now who's the strong one?" he barked, arching his back in an exaggerated manner. He whipped his hair wildly down the tunnel. A wave of needles flew into the darkness. People cried out in alarm as they scattered to hide from this new threat. Izuku's wide eyes narrowed as he clenched his fists tightly. The sound of fighting up above meant that the heroes must have been too busy with other villains to notice this one slip away. He had two options: hide in the car and hope for the best, or, well, there really was only one option in his mind. "Everyone stay here," he stressed, trying to keep his voice low as he set his bag on the ground. Glancing around quickly, Izuku picked up a broken handrail. It was crooked and off-balanced, but it was nearly as long as he was tall, so it would work. More manic laughter urged Izuku to speed up his pace as he carefully dropped out of train car and stepped out into the open area. The deranged man was stalking down the tunnel, searching for people. A scowl briefly marred Izuku's face at the infuriating sight. The flare of anger was doused by calm reasoning. He took in his surroundings to figure out what he had to work with. There was plenty of debris to duck behind, improvised weaponry which could be used. The villain didn't exactly look at 100%, his steps were staggered, but there was a wild nature to his movements. He just needed to fight smart. Just as a plan was formulating in his mind and he started to stalk forward, a surprised yelp came from between a pair of cars. His eyes widened as he saw the staggering villain turn his head to whip another barrage of needles. "No, no, no!" His grip on the pole in his hand tightened before he launched it at the villain. The man's head turned to his less than quiet steps and just barely managed to dodge the makeshift javelin. "Now that wasn't very nice." The villain snapped, punctuating the sentence with a whipped flurry of needles. Izuku threw himself behind some rubble, thankful for the pile of concrete and rebar. "Brilliant!" he scolded himself for throwing his weapon away. "You just gonna hide?" The spiky headbanger shouted, voice echoing loudly in the tunnel. "You gonna make me come out?" Izuku shouted back, trying to keep the villain's attention on him. He grabbed a few chunks of rocks as he heard shuffled footsteps. The pace quickly increased and he strained his ears to pick on any hints of where his opponent was moving. He shrugged off his jacket quickly before throwing it out into the open. "Gotcha!" the villain shouted, spraying the decoy with a hail of needles. Izuku jumped out from behind the pile and hurled a chunk of concrete at the man. The projectile nailed him square in the face. The man stumbled back with a screech of pain. Izuku rushed forward, but just as he drew closer, the villain reared back for another horizontal spray. Izuku gritted his diving into a forward roll. The sound of needles bouncing off stone and metal echoed as the attack missed. Izuku followed through with the momentum as he rolled to his feet and threw his weight into his shoulder, checking the man in the stomach. The villain stumbled back, coughing, arms clutching his midsection. Without wasting a second, Izuku threw a quick left cross to the cheek before following with a right hook, managing to nail his jaw. The villain stumbled, more off balance than before. Izuku grabbed the man's right shoulder before swiftly bringing up his left knee to drive it into the villain's gut. The villain staggered back, flailing his arms wildly in a panicked defense. The swipes were easily avoided as Izuku stepped back. The man was much sturdier than he first anticipated. "Stay still!" the man bellowed, enraged. Izuku's eyes widened slightly as the needles frilled out on all sides. He covered his head and face with his arms as there was a sudden explosion of spikes. Pinpricks of pain peppered his skin as he stumbled back, avoiding a flurry of wild punches. Izuku dodged the uncoordinated attacks, taking note of the severely thinned-out mane left on the man. He danced away from the wild whirlwind of attacks. Flashes of light caught his attention and an idea clicked in his head. Izuku blocked a hook, batting it away with his left arm, before throwing a jab with his right. The villain screeched, holding his already bloodied nose as he stumbled back. Izuku followed with a front kick, sending the villain back even further. The spiked man swayed, barely keeping on his feet. He came to a sudden stop as electricity from a severed cable arched along the spikes which littered the ground. The villain went rigid as electricity sparked around him. Spikes exploded in all directions before a small explosion sent the man into the dirt. Letting out a soft sigh, Izuku let his guard drop upon seeing the man only twitch and groan. That could have gone better, but the threat was neutralized. "Why did you see that? Talk about manly." An excited voice echoed down the tunnel, causing Izuku to jump and turn. He spotted a stalk of spiky red hair sliding down a pile of rubble into the tunnel from the street above. Just behind him came another hero clad in red stood. Creati stopped by the edge of the opening. Shimmers of light appearing as a ladder seemed to be pulled out of her right side. Red Riot gave a sharp-toothed grin as he jogged over. "Are you alright? Sorry for this guy getting away." Yeah, I'm fine." Izuku sputtered, getting his mind back on track. "But there are other people who need help in the train." He pointed to the cars. "Some are really injured in the toppled cars and a lot of people ran back down the tunnel," he explained hurriedly. Red Riot nodded, tapping the headset on his right ear. "Hey. Villain's down, but we could really use some medics." Train crashed from the cave-in. The hero radioed over before shifting to look at Izuku, a flash of concern showing in his eyes. "You sure you're alright? You're looking kinda like a porcupine." "Why, yeah, fine," he replied with a small smirk. "Just some small scratches." Izuku looked down, wincing slightly at the various thin needles which were sticking to his clothes and arms. Perhaps he needed a little help getting them all out. "We can go check on the injured, but you should probably sit," Creati suggested as she reached the ground. "Yeah, we got it from here," Riot assured in a jovial tone as he moved to put HS on the villain who had been terrorizing the area. Izuku gnawed on his bottom lip, wanting to do more, but the sound of sirens and footsteps drew closer. He watched as paramedics hurried down the ladder to assess and give proper medical care to the people on the train. A few of the paramedics who responded recognized the green-haired man, only mildly surprised to see him there. Izuku was known for having horrible luck at this point. He brushed off the help that was offered, stating there were more injured people in the train. He filled them in on the few people he managed to help before being forced to at least be looked over. Being on the sidelines was annoying, but with the adrenaline winding down, he was becoming all too aware of the needles which were still stuck to him. "Hey hell," Izuku grumbled as he pulled out a small stray needle that had been missed. He had to have had 50 of the little BSRs littering his clothes and arms. A police officer with a magnetic quirk had been called over to help remove the bulk of them. Thankfully, that part had been mostly painless. The disinfecting part after was a different story. He still felt burning along his arms from where the peroxide had been splashed. He dropped the small annoyance into the sharps container on the back of the ambulance before looking to the brunette officer who was still writing her report on the notepad. "Is that everything that happened?" she asked, crimson eyes meeting his. "Yes, ma'am," Izuku replied with a nod. "I just kinda lucked out, honestly." He scratched the back of his head. The story he spun had been mostly true, though the fight with the villain had been downplayed a bit. Sometimes vague stories were the best. You were really fortunate in not having more serious injuries. The officer shook her head. Don't get me wrong, it's great that you were able to stop him, but in the future, it would be best to leave it to the pros. Izuku's eyes fell half-closed as he listened to the lecture for the 100th time. The voice droning out as it was always the same. Leave it to the pro. You're only putting yourself in danger, you just risk making things worse. It all amounted to the same aggravating point. He forced a small smile and nodded when he noticed she had stopped talking and was simply staring at him expectantly with a quirked brow. I understand, ma'am, he replied softly. I know I should have left it to the pros, but there were none around at the time. I will be more careful in the future and leave it to them, he lied. Satisfied with the answer, the policewoman gave a small smile. Well, we're happy that you are okay. You're cleared to go. We will call if we have any more questions. Thank you. Izuku got out of the truck and out of the way as people rushed around, responding to the mess around them. Much to his dismay, the fight had been messy with a lot of collateral damage. 5 city blocks had been restricted for emergency personnel only. The giant had made a mess of several buildings and structures. There were several buildings which had been evacuated for safety. Large hand imprints were crushed into the concrete and glass. A few buildings had huge gaping holes in the side, allowing a peek into the chaotic remains of the office buildings. There were several craters indented into the ground where missed punches collide with the streets, one of which formed the hole which collapsed into the subway system. Signs of more average-sized villains remained. Flaming wrecks of cars and smoking slag piles. Purple ooze had been taped around for people to avoid. It was mind-boggling how many civilians had gotten caught up in the mess. Izuku's stomach churned at the thought of how busy the hospitals were going to be, especially with the mess from the day before. Midoriya. A voice called, pulling his attention to spot the bouncing brown bob peeking out from behind a pink visor. The young woman gave a grin before nodding to one of the paramedics and making her way over to him. Uravity? Izuku questioned before noticing his bag in her hands. Oh shoot, that's right, he thought, realizing he had left it on the train. He scratched the back of his head. Thank you so much. He grinned, accepting the bag when she offered it. No problem. I'm just glad you are safe. Uravity grinned widely. I was kind of surprised you were not working the scene. Uravity had to be one of the nicest heroes he had the pleasure of working with. He had often responded to rescue disasters she was helping with. Once or twice, he gave her a suggestion to help get people out the safest way. She was always so cheery and willing to talk after everything was over. Oh, no, today was my day off. Wrong place, wrong time again. Izuku chuckled with a slight shrug. Same old, same old. Uravity nodded slightly. Looks like it. Though, Riot said that you took out one of the villains. She replied with curiosity in her gaze. He was raving a bit about it earlier. A blush colored Izuku's face. How much of the fight had Riot seen? What? Oh, it was nothing. I mean, I couldn't let the villain go after people. Even so, I'm just good at dodging and happened to really luck out. He rambled, fidgeting slightly under Uravity's attentive eyes. Honest, it was nothing. I can't imagine what you guys went through up here. Must have been really chaotic, he added in an attempt to turn the conversation off of him. Ah well, it was rough but nothing we couldn't handle. She fumbled before giving a warm smile. It's great that we have so many heroes around to help. That's what made the difference. So long as we all work as a team, we can take down any threat. Izuku nodded, the heated color finally fading from his face. How did you guys handle the giant? He asked, curious as to how the villain was defeated. Oh, Shudo trapped them in the ice wall. Bam. Immobile, easy target. She punctuated, punching the air. Once, the giant villain was stopped, the others were smaller threats. So overall not the worst. Impressive, he grinned, making a mental note to check the news clips later. I can't wait to start working alongside you all. He admitted. Honestly, he had her to thank for encouraging him to apply for Idayton in the first place. Uravity's eyes widened slightly as she clapped her hands together. So that's why you were at the agency? Oh, that's amazing. Welcome to the team. We definitely have to celebrate. Oh, it's not a big deal. You guys must get people all the time, right? Izuku blushed, unwilling to make a big fuss. Nothing more than we normally try do for new people. Always helps to get to know each other and work better as a team. She urged before pausing a moment as her earpiece flashed. If anything, we can work it out another time. Gotta get back to the cleanup. No problem. Sorry for taking up your time. I'll see you Monday. Izuku replied, offering a wave as Uravity retreated. See ya, she called before disappearing into the crowd of workers. Izuku sighed, shaking his head. Something told him this new job was going to involve a lot more socializing than his previous. The young man stood up straight, not wanting to linger on the scene any longer and possibly get in the way. He started to move away when the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as he quickly glanced around, feeling uneasy. He froze when he spotted a glare of angry crimson shot in his direction. It seemed Ground Zero had spotted him and looked absolutely sad. But what did he do? Izuku's gaze shifted to a familiar redhead beside him who seemed to be jabbering on about something. Oh no, Izuku realized exactly what must have happened. The glare seemed to intensify and Izuku simply turned around immediately. Nope, he had enough excitement and injury for the morning. He promptly disappeared into the crowd surrounding the area. Besides, he still had more stops to make and was already running late by over an hour. Well, it's not like she will really notice anyway. With the trains down and roads closed off, trying to navigate Tokyo was an utter disaster. What should have taken only a half-hour max turned into nearly 2 hours as Izuku used the buses to get around. Exhaustion pulled heavily on his body despite drinking what was left of the coffee in his thermos. For once, he just hoped there would be no added excitement in his travels. Izuku wandered the halls of the empty tech labs. He silently prayed that he was walking into something remotely normal and not the usual cacophony of explosions and loud machines. The hall was clean of debris, but scars of previous experiments lingered. Char marks, dents and scratches gouged into the wall. If they could speak, the halls would tell hundreds of stories on the oddities of a mad scientist. At one point, red paint was scraped into the pale blue wall. Each mark held a memory, most of which terrifying times for Izuku, but now were looked back on with amusement. An explosion shattered the quiet. Izuku's heart nearly stopped as the heavy metal door flew open in front of him. A cloud of smoke billowing outwards, darkening the halls and filling the air with the scent of soot and burnt gasoline. A manic cackle sounded, interrupted by coughs. Izuku let out a breath he was not even aware he was holding when he heard the laughter. She's still alive at least. He very carefully rounded the corner, peeking into the hazy workshop. Gadgets, tools, parts and materials were piled high into an organization system that only its occupant could understand. The walls were all made of reinforced steel with a plethora of complex machines, all lined up against the walls. Large overhead fans kicked in, ridding the room of the smoke and any harmful vapors which lingered in the air. "May!" Izuku called out as he squinted, trying to spot the inventor. His body was tense, ready to bolt in case there were any follow-up explosions. "Test dummy!" A voice shouted, causing the young man to jump. Heart in his throat, he nearly struck out with his left hand. He barely managed to restrain himself as a pair of hands grabbed his shoulders. He was spun around, coming face to face with the ash and soot-covered face of Hatsum. Her goggles were cracked, but there was a huge grin on her face. He glanced over her quickly, noting how tank top and cargo pants were frayed, but nothing was on fire. A few scratches, grease and bruises littered her arms. "You are just in time to see my new babies." The pink-haired woman started to ramble as she pushed him through the workshop. "I have so much to show you. Maybe we can test some stuff." May dash. "I came up with so many diagrams and project plans. Nearly doubled my productivity last week. Did you make any new notes? Suggestions? Ideas?" May. "Possible projects. I love those. Oh, I also have dash." May. Izuku raised his voice, digging his heels in and managing to stop the surprisingly strong inventor from pushing him. "Yes, we can test stuff after you eat. he stated quickly before she could take a moment of silence to start rambling again. He held up a brown paper bag from a sandwich shop he had stopped at along the way. And don't tell me you've already eaten. I don't even see a water bottle around here, he scolded. You really shouldn't be lecturing me, Mr. Hypoglycemia 6 times last month. The woman scoffed before accepting the bag of food. Okay, she had a point. Neither of them were very good at taking care of themselves, but he could at least try to make sure she didn't pass out from not eating. I told you not to spy on me, Izuku pointed out, but there was no bite behind his words. He just gave a small smirk as she started tearing into the offered sandwich. He stood beside her at the table and pulling out a blue-covered notebook from his pack. What were you working on? Oh, ultrasonic jetpack Mark 14. May proudly proclaimed as she motioned a device which was on the next table over. The metal was scorched and blackened but didn't appear to have any lasting damage. I was tinkering with the fuel trying to get just the right mix for maximum speed. It looks terrifying, he replied honestly while scratching the back of his head. The idea of flying was amazing to him. However, he had no intention of being a human firework for the Innovador. Oh, are those new drafts? May glanced over his shoulder as the notebook was flipped open to a collection of diagrams and sketches of different equipment. He was by no means the inventor Hatsumi was, but he found it to be a lot of fun sharing ideas for support gear with someone who could actually make it. She also loved picking his brain on her own ideas. Just a few minor devices, honestly, mostly incognito stuff. Izuku grinned, setting the book on the table, pointing to a pair of headphones. Simple stuff like enhanced listening devices and possible visor built in. Oh, I'll do you one better. May's eyes shimmered with excitement as she left her half-eaten sub on the table. The mad scientist scrambled to a large collections of cubbies and shelves. I read you biometrics last few times you used your suit and figured it was time for an upgrade. But my suit works just fine, Izuku argued as he slowly navigated the mess which May practically danced around. Study. Improve. Upgrade. You'll never be the best if you settle for inferior gear, the inventor lectured before grabbing a cubby off the shelf. Got it. She set the storage unit on a nearby table, nudging aside a pile of scrap parts. I did some experimenting with some tech from Shield Corporation put this on. She held out a pair of large black headphones. Then pressed the green button twice. Izuku accepted the headphones, giving Hatsum a suspicious look before putting the device on his head. They were surprisingly comfortable. He felt beneath the right headphone for the small indent before he tapped it as instructed. There was a hum before suddenly the headset suddenly turned into lines of light which quickly wrapped around his head. The lights whited out his vision for a second before going dark. M.A.W. What? Izuku sputtered, all the while trying his best to be perfectly still. The darkness of the new space gave way to a visor similar to his ghost helmet, only the details were much crisper and color more vivid. The viewing space as also much bigger, reaching out to the edges of his field of view. The room appeared and it was almost as if he wasn't wearing anything at all. Information lined up along the sides, a boot up was processing. He caught sight of his reflection in a cracked mirror, seeing a helmet similar to his current one. Top side was all black with a glossy dark visor, tinted blue this time. The breathing and voice changer apparatus was also the same, only less bulky. Wow, this is amazing. I know. You can carry it with you anywhere and have no problems with it. Built-in multi-directional cameras and sensors, thermal and night vision, ultra-hearing sensors, recorder for visual and sound, suit link-up, phone link-up, and a bunch of other neat gadgets. May raved excitedly. There is a hollow interface menu set up, but you can so do voice commands or from the bracer. She continued, fishing out 2 more devices from the box. While Izuku was busy looking around, she affixed 2 thick black bands to his wrists. One was a simple black bracelet while the other to be a smartwatch. He barely noticed the new devices as a link-up notification went off. He felt May's hands on his waist, fitting something around him. Hold on. But it was too late, the belt was locked in place. Spindles of white light burst from the newly fitted bands wrapping around his body. The light faded and he looked down, feeling out the new layer of padding which covered his body. It was deep blue and more fitted but easy to move in. Wow. Now you can be combat ready no matter where you go. Mei announced, her voice oozing pride as she rested her hands on her hips. Izuku looked down, seeing the suit hugged his legs down to ankles. This is pretty amazing and incredibly helpful. That isn't even the best part. Mei said, announced, her voice growing more excited with each passing second. There are kinetic distributors in the suit. Basically you get hit. She punched his arm, barely any pressure was felt, and it distributes the energy. Part of it is stored to power the suit and features. The gloves are also touch-enhanced, so no more clumsy fingers. She wiggled her fingers, showing how she had a pair of similar fitted gloves on. It's temperature-controlled, bulletproof, fire and shock-resistant. Watertight seal, so no issue with aquatic environments. Plus the helmet works as a rebreather. And try the gauntlet. Izuku examined the new bracers, sliding the panel open to show a whole host of new commands and controls. He saw one which simply read blade and curiously pressed it. A side panel opened on either side of the bracers and a thin blade popped out a few centimeters. That's perfect for escapes. He pressed it again, causing the blade to retract. Holy cow, this is amazing. Are you sure you want me wearing it? Izuku questioned, turning to face the inventor, unseen tears forming in his eyes. Who else would wear it? It's kinda built to your specification. I just really needed a prototype to test all the new features for future projects. This is just the 50th iteration. Can you imagine what the final project will really be? I need every scrap of feedback you can give me. Mei proclaimed with a huge grin. Any little hiccup, glitch, or fault which can be improved. I need to work out every little bug before I can present my final babies. She gushed excitedly, bouncing on the ball of her feet. Testing gear for Hatsumei had its ups and downs. Not every piece was finished and problems were common, but the gear was worth being a test dummy for. You got it. I'll keep track of every little thing and report back with my finding. Izuku promised with a mock salute. Excitement coursed through every nerve ending as he thought about all the cool new things he would be able to try. Situations he could handle better. The villains he could take down. He glanced over the options before gasping enthusiastically, spying a button on the bracer. He pressed it before making a fist. As soon as all 5 fingers were curled, there was a static sound as electricity channeled along his knuckles. Yes. Shock gauntlets. He punched the air, causing more zaps to come out. It was a small improvement among everything else, but an idea he had tossed Mei's way months prior. They worked better than he could have ever dreamed. Reinforced shock gauntlets. Mei egged on, beaming with pride as she watched the normally nervous and exhausted man gush and jabber on like an excited child. No way! He turned around to face her before noticing a pair of sneakers which looked remarkably similar to the ones he had on already. Are those? He breathed in disbelief. Yep, she nudged the box towards him. With an excited squeal, Izuku quickly exchanged his sneakers, noting how much more comfy and supportive the newer shoes were. How this will be great for work. You haven't even seen the best part. Mei grabbed his forearm, hitting a button. The sneakers unraveled to streams of light just like the rest of the gear. It wrapped up to the middle of his shins where they re-solidified into a sleeker version of his hover boots. These are so light. He bounced on his toes with a huge grin. This whole setup is unreal. Of course, it's my gear. Nothing but the best. I need to keep my test dummy safe, after all. I also upped the sensors for your biometrics so you can pull it up on your phone or helm. At least, this way you can keep your blood sugar up. She pointed out as she picked up her phone, fiddling with the device as she held it up, showing several readouts for his health. Izuku gave a nervous laugh. Right? Should really come in handy in tight spots. Does it have an auto repair system? Izuku questioned, wondering if she had finally mastered one of her many pet projects. Mostly. Simple stuff can be fixed, but any electronic or programming issues have to be brought in. So be extra careful with my babies. She scolded, her voice taking on a hard edge. Yes, ma'am. Izuku grinned. I can't wait to test this all out, he muttered, flexing his fingers and getting a better feel for the suit. Oh ho! Mei chimed, a huge mischievous grin spreading over her face. Just like that, he knew his fate was sealed. He couldn't exactly say no to her after all this. Awaya. Ready when you are. Wonderful. First up is the jetpack. What? A small groan escaped Izuku as he started to rouse from a coma-like state. The world slowly came into focus as he lazily blinked up at the ceiling as he tried to pull his mind out of a sleepy fog. He glanced to the window, wincing slightly. The sunlight was much brighter than he was used to. Turning his head away from the window, he spotted a set of glowing red numbers staring back at him from the bedside clock. He took note that it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Surely that was wrong. He did not sleep for over 12 hours. No matter how many times he blinked, the numbers didn't change. Well, today is gone, he grumbled to himself as he reached for his phone. His muscles complained at the movement, aching and straining. He might have tested a few too many inventions for May. Thankfully, he had left with minimal injuries and a sweet suit, so it was a win overall. He tapped a finger to the back of the phone, letting it read his fingerprint, and was greeted with several missed messages and calls. Lazily, he flipped through the notifications, seeing that most of them were for extra people to come in. His gust twisted reading several messages from the hospital asking for both paramedics and nurses to assist because they were short-staffed. Guilt twisted in his stomach before he just groaned and shook his head. He might have been able to go and help before, but at this point, it was too late. He could go in for a few hours to just help out, but he couldn't stay nearly as long as he would want. Not to mention he would be more of a liability in this state. Izuku simply sighed and let his arm fall above his head. There were a few things he had planned for the day, but it seemed his traitorous body had other ideas. Normally this wouldn't be an issue, but he had to try and get some sleep before the morning. The last thing he wanted was to be a zombie on his first day. No use in sulking. Just have to make the most of it, he resolved, pushing himself up to sit. Even with sleeping extra hours, exhaustion clung to his body, his mind still groggy and clouded. Slowly and stiffly, Izuku forced himself up from the bed to get the day started. His morning routine dragged a bit as he tried to rid himself from the remaining bonds of sleep. A cool shower and a hot cup of coffee later, he was feeling more like himself. He cradled the All Might mug with both hands like it was the most precious thing in the world. A soft, satisfied hum escaped him as the hot liquid warmed his insides. Izuku shuffled over to the comfy couch and reached for the remote on the table. First channel to greet him was the local news with the weather report. A man in a suit stood pointing at highs and lows as they slid across the map. The redhead looked way too overexcited to be talking about what was supposed to be bad weather. Storms in the evening, good for sleeping, he grumbled softly, shaking his head before sipping his coffee again. He brushed a few scattered papers aside before retrieving his laptop from the coffee table. And in other news, 47 people are still missing after yesterday's villain attack. The words spoken by the anchorwoman chilled Izuku as his stomach twisted. His gaze shifted to the screen where recorded footage from the day before was playing. The large giant towered over the scene, its hands gripping into the buildings, leaving impressions as if they were made of clay. Crews are working around the clock to look for any survivors. The death toll is already past 30, with many experts predicting it to climb. The screen flickered to show a ground perspective behind the icy hero Shudo. Izuku's brows furrowed slightly as he noticed the patches of ice on his jumpsuit. White mist whirled around him as the air seemed to almost shimmer. The ground around him froze over before he raised his right hand swiftly. Ice blossomed forth, exponentially growing into a crystal tower. It enveloped the giant's lower half, creeping higher onto its chest and binding the two lower arms. A rush of white mist burst from the entrapped villain, dissipating into the dust-clouded air. The number of injured has reached well over 100, with local hospitals struggling to meet demands. The combination with the multiple wide-scale attacks in the past week have strained the system past its capacity in many areas. The camera quickly whipped skywards, showing the explosive Ground Zero rocketing himself into the air. There was a brilliant explosion the second the hero impacted the giant's face. A cloud of black smoke billowed out around the villain's head, obscuring the aftermath. The screen changed to the two anchors sitting at the news desk with somber expressions. On the right was an older man with a large horn on the left side of his head. The right seemed to have been cut off. Beside him was a woman with long baby blue hair and a very angular face. The rampage was stopped thanks to the wonderful efforts of many local heroes like Ground Zero and Shudo. Uravity, Charge Bolt and Red Riot assisted in stopping a number of villains which accompanied the giant. The woman explained with a small smile as a picture of the various heroes appears on the screen behind them. It is unknown what motivated these attacks, however, there is some suspicion of trigger being used. Details are unclear at this time. All of the villains responsible for the attack have been arrested and the police are investigating. More information will be released as we are updated. The graphic behind them transitioned from the heroes to a traffic map. Due to the incident, the streets between. Izuku frowned as he leaned back on the couch, a frown on his face as the newscasters started to drone on about the transportation changes. The city was a mess, hospitals were packed more than ever and law enforcement was no doubt chasing their own tails. This was getting out of hand and fast. Picking up his laptop, Izuku brought up his web browser and typed in trigger. He needed more to go off of other than a name and possible targets. Several search results popped up, but as Izuku scrolled down, most of the articles which were listed involved recent trigger cases. He clicked on one, reading over the incident with the bull from a few days prior, but there were still very few leads. Searching again, he pulled up several from the previous weeks. Article after article, all of them were vague and lacked details. Many did not even name the criminals involved. Izuku scratched the back of his head. They are being very hush-hush about all this. No wonder people are getting annoyed, he mused aloud before deciding to go in a different direction. Behind his original search word, he added the term Villain Factory. The page refreshed and a new set of listings populated. Half of the links were already tinted purple, showing they had been accessed. Let's see what comes up here. He's starting to scroll further, seeing random villain articles showing up. He glanced on one which mentioned the League of Villains, a group which had disappeared in the past few years. He saved it to read later before continuing to scroll through the results. There has to be some hello, Izuku muttered as he came across an article which had been published nearly 8 years ago. These guys been around that long? He wondered before reaching to grab several sheets of paper and a pen. He clicked on the link and a picture of a large building appeared, smoke billowing out of a giant hole, caution tape all around and police officers scattered about. A Namaru Pharma Corporation found in connection with the large drag ring, he read aloud as he started scribbling on one of the papers, making notes. 17 arrested in latest development. Pharmaceutical Corporation found working as a front for illegal experimentation. Izuku tilted his head slightly as he glanced to a picture of some sort of winged beast with giant lips and a distended glowing red belly. And in connection with the distribution of trigger, wait, were the same people making those things and trigger? Izuku muttered, horrified. There had been rumors circulating on the lasting effects of the drag. The temporary enhancement of quirks was always known, but mutation quirks seemed to be hit the hardest in many cases. There was also a list of side effects a mile long, some of which hinted at additional mutations. He scanned further through the article, his eyes flickering back and forth as he absorbed the information. Most of the article detailed how the raid occurred, with heroes and law enforcement bursting and raiding the 6-story building. Many of the employees knew nothing of what had been going on. However, an entire department was arrested in connection with the experiments. The raid was interrupted by an escaping ringleader who used exploding creatures. To flee the scene, he trailed off as something tickled the back of his mind as if he had seen the creature before. Right-clicking the picture, Izuku searched it to see if any similar results came up. He was greeted with similar pictures, one having as many as 4 in the frame. What on earth? He whispered, clicking the picture, which led him to another article, this one holding a different title. Captain Celebrity's final show attacked by unidentified bombers. He scrolled down, seeing an image of what looked to be the Tokyo sky egg scorched and damaged. Entire chunks were blown off as smoke billowed out from the structure. Several skybound heroes were attempting to hold up the large arena while others tried to fix the supports. Izuku glanced to the text quickly, scanning through. American hero Captain Celebrity, the target of attack. Hundreds stuck in the stadium as exploding creatures weakened the structure. Thankfully, over a dozen heroes in attendance. People saved, Avoided the worst, he muttered as read through, picking out keynotes. Suicide bombers, to attack an event. Why? He shook his head before bookmarking the article for later and backtracking to the image search results. He scrolled further down before seeing a similar winged creature, only this time they were much more humanoid in appearance. That's the one, he read, clicking the link and opening the article. Strange monsters ravage Hosu. He quirked a brow. Strange mutated creatures attack Hosu, thought to be in connection with the hero killer Stain and newly formed League of Villains. He trailed off, tapping the pen against his lips in thoughts, trying to piece together the information. Are they responsible for Trigger? They were fairly powerful. It's possible they just used it, but wouldn't it have shown up during the time they were pretty big as well? He scribbled his thoughts onto the paper before letting out a sigh. Then again, there were a lot of villainous groups back then. Even if they were involved, they went underground years ago. Izuku stared down at the paper with his scribbles and stray marks. Maybe they could be using all this chaos to get back into the limelight? But for what? He hummed before tabbing back through his searches to the article on the drag bust. It said the ringleader used a speed quirk. They didn't have anyone like that. Emerald eyes glanced over the page once more before settling on a picture of the scene, looking over the members who were present before he saw someone familiar. He zoomed in, noticing a man with dark hair, a plethora of white loose bandages around his shoulders and very distinct goggles. Eraserhead. A light bulb went off in his head and he scrambled to grab his phone. Maybe, he whispered, opening the chat app on his phone and scrolling through to one called Ibags Jr. His fingers paused hesitantly as he saw the last time the two had spoken was weeks before, and even then it had been relatively short. He also didn't really have any information to offer them. It worked out last time, he reminded himself, still feeling a bit uneasy before tapping on the text bar. Daredevil, so, how have you been? Ibags Jr., I was wondering how long it would take for you to reach out. Daredevil, starting to feel like you don't like me. Daredevil, did you make any money off me at least? Ibags Jr., no, you were supposed to wait until next week. Daredevil, missed the memo. If it makes you feel better, I haven't gotten into trouble recently. Ibags Jr., it doesn't. Ibags Jr., the old man still says you should just get a license. Daredevil, we both know that's impossible. Ibags Jr., I doubt anything is impossible with how stubborn you are. Daredevil, did you just compliment me? Ibags Jr., does that mean you'll listen to him? Daredevil, anyway, I did a little digging into the new flavor of the month. I'm sure you've been dealing with all kinds of fun people. Ibags Jr., probably best if you stay away from those crazies. Daredevil, too late. Besides, it's getting kind of hard to avoid them. Daredevil, besides, I did a little digging and found out the old man was around for the first time this happened. Think I could ask him some questions? There was no immediate reply or even a sign that one was being written. Izuku bounced his right leg, slightly shaking the laptop as he stared intently at the screen. He knew it was a long shot. When were things ever as simple as asking? The dots appeared before Izuku could continue to panic. Ibags Jr., you know this is way over your head. Not even the police or hero agencies can crack this. Daredevil, when has that stopped me? Besides, last time my 2 cents made a difference and you stopped a huge drag ring. Daredevil, I'm not going to stop just because you tell me. Ibags Jr., Thursday night, South Docks, Port 8, 2300 no gear. Daredevil, why do I feel like I'm being set up? Ibags Jr., will you at least work with us for a change instead of going off on your own? Daredevil, I will consider it. Izuku sighed softly as he set his phone down and rubbed his temples. Alright, so, at least he had an easy in, sort of. He had a reliable source that didn't involve him hacking into the police database. The last time he tried was a disaster and he wasn't too keen on having a repeat of that mess. Hey, it's a lead, and working with them last time wasn't too bad, he muttered before starting to bring up several articles of the Trigger-related attacks. He pulled up a map and started plotting them out on a map. In other news, Endeavor has been dealing with a string of Van Dash. Izuku flipped the channel to another news station. The absolute last thing he wanted to hear about was that hot mess express. He retained a love for heroes and admired them, but there was always an exception. XXX. Nerves coiled tightly in Izuku's chest, making it almost difficult to breathe as he bumped along on the bus, bag clutched tightly on his lap. Slowly he breathed in and out, reminding himself that this was just another day. Go in, talk to people, everyone seemed nice. Plus he knew Uravity and Ida seemed like a reliable boss. A fidgeting finger found the button on the side of his phone and he clicked it for the umpteenth time, 6:15 a.m. He was very early, but with transportation a mess, it was better than being late. He pulled up his text messages, seeing both his mother and Kokoro had messaged him, "Good luck." It warmed his heart a bit and gave him courage knowing that he had their support. Even if Kokoro did threaten to beat him if he messed up on the first day of his dream job. There was love behind those threats. He clicked his camera on, showing his own reflection for a moment. For once his efforts to try and get to sleep at a relatively healthy time had been rewarded. He'd only stayed up until midnight doing poring over older articles and a bit of cleaning. The bags under his eyes were slightly less noticeable and there was more life to his eyes than previously. Gingerly, he reached up to run his fingers through his messy hair with a slight frown. I should have gotten a haircut. The bus pulled off to the side, letting the occupants swaying as it came to a stop with a hiss. Excuse me," Izuku muttered as he slowly got up to make his way out. Thankfully, there were only people exiting at this stop. He stepped off with a sigh and stared up at the building he had been at the day before. The streets were slowly starting to become more crowded. Sleepy salarymen trying to make it to work and just get their day over with. New day, new chapter, he nodded to himself as he adjusted the bag on his shoulder and approached the door. Taking more caution than he did before, Izuku approached slightly off-center before pulling the doors open. A rush of warm, conditioned air greeted him as he entered. He had been so nervous he hadn't even noticed the morning chill that seemed to persist even after winter had passed. Glancing around the white and blue-themed lobby, Izuku noticed a blonde woman sitting behind the large rounded dark wood desk. Team Idaten was written across the front of it in large bolded white letters. Adjusting the collar to his polo, he took a breath before approaching the secretary. "Gee, good morning," he greeted with a smile. "I'm here for my first day." The woman looked up, brushing the blonde bangs from her face. "Oh, you must be Midoriya?" she questioned. To which Izuku nodded with a grin. "Wonderful. I'm AI, you're actually quite early for your first day," she added, noticing the time. "Oh, I didn't want to run the risk being late." He gave a small smile. "Fair enough. Probably best to be honest." The young woman shuffled through the papers on her desk before pulling out a manila folder and set it on the countertop. "There you go. You have your employee manual, list of current employees, map and a clip for your badge. If you step to the side a moment I will be able to get your photo," she explained, motioning to the camera. Nodding, Izuku nodded before setting his bag down and moving in front of the camera. He gave his hair another pointless once-over before standing up straight and taking a breath. "Alright, take a deep breath and smile." Izuku gave a wide but nervous smile. There was a click and a flash which caused Izuku to tense slightly before he let out a sigh, hoping it looked decent. "Did I keep my eyes open?" AI paused before giving a slight chuckle and nodded. "You look a bit nervous, but yes, you kept your eyes open." She turned her screen around to show a picture of Izuku with a wide but tense smile. "Looks good." Izuku nodded slightly. "Yep." The machine whirled behind the desk and out popped a simple white card. "There you go, Mr. Midoriya," the blonde stated as she set the card on the counter. Izuku picked it up, pride swelling in his chest. The Team Idaten logo was printed in black to the right of his picture. Below that was his name, followed by the title of paramedic just below. "That badge will get you into most of the doors around the agency. The general staff facilities are available to everyone," she explained with a bright, welcoming smile. "Now, I believe you have been assigned to Group Beta." "That is correct." A voice sounded from the elevators. Izuku looked up to see a tall, blue-haired man who looked remarkably similar to Tenya. Though his eyes were not as narrowed, nor were they boxed behind glasses. The man stood with the assistance of two silver crutches which braced against his muscular forearms. Izuku smiled, recognizing the man as the former hero Ingenium. He had been one of the fastest heroes around and caught countless criminals. What had happened to him and his younger brother was sad. Yet, they were both extremely determined and focused on making a difference even while hindered. The brothers worked hard and showed that even injured or at a disadvantage, you could still do some good for the world. Mr. Tensei. Good morning, sir, AI greeted with a smile. I didn't know you were already here. Had to get a head start to make sure everything was in order from the weekend, the older man stated with a warm smile as he reached the desk. This is our new paramedic, correct? Yes. Izuku Midoriya, the younger man introduced with a bow. Thank you for hiring me. You earned the spot fair and square, I can assure you that, Tensei replied with a chuckle. If you want I can show you to where the beta team area is. If you have time. I know this weekend must have been really chaotic. I can't imagine how much paperwork needs to get done from that mess. Izuku rambled as he picked up the rest of his papers and bag once more. It shouldn't take too long. Plus, Tenya should be here shortly, Tensei replied, starting to lead the way to the elevators. If my brother comes in, tell him I already have his new hire, he instructed AI before turning to head back to the elevators. Of course, sir. Izuku bowed quickly and thanked the woman before turning to follow Ida to the elevators. The silver doors opened with a chime. One glance to the options and Izuku noticed that there were 5 floors to the agency in total, with one being a basement. First floor is reception and accounting mostly. They process about 90% of the paperwork there. So any reports made are deposited in the Dropbox there. Second floor is our research and equipment maintenance department, Tensei explained, looking to the new hire with an ever-present friendly smile. Third and fourth are offices for the various teams. Your team is on the 3rd floor. The floors aren't restricted very much, so you don't need to stick to your floor. It's common to mingle, share notes and experiences. Many people use the gym or lounge rooms on the basement level. Just don't be disruptive. Of course not, Izuku promised. The email stated I would be orienting with someone for the first few weeks. He shuffled the items in his arms as he went to check his phone. Tensei nodded. Tammy is the leader of your medic group. Fair warning, she can be a bit harsh, especially on new people. But she's extremely good at her job and has worked in the field for over 10 years, he warned gently as the elevator slowed to a stop. So, try not to get on her bad side, Izuku replied with a small smirk as the doors chimed and slowly slid open. Tensei returned the smirk and laughed. I suppose so. I have a feeling you will be just fine. Shift change should be starting in a couple of hours, so you have some time to get to know your surrounding a bit better, he explained as the two exited the elevators. Before them, laid a large office space with a similar white and blue color palette. In front of the elevators was a sitting area with a few gray couches and tables. A few white marble counters were set up against a half wall with a sink, coffee machines, as well as a vending machine for both snack and drinks. On either side of the sitting space was spacious office areas. Several desks were sprawled out, giving each worker some space. A couple of costumed heroes were sitting at their desks already, whether they were third shift or first was still unclear. Izuku's mind was already buzzing as he identified a few of the people who were around. There was a tall, slender woman with silvery hair and some sort of white boa around her neck. In the desk beside her was another young woman slightly shorter with a more simple outfit and a black bob. Emily and Rule. He identified, excited to be working alongside more UA alumni. It would be interesting to see what other heroes worked on the floor. You look like a kid in a candy store, Tensei pointed out with a chuckle. Oh, sorry. Izuku apologized as he fidgeted with the packet of papers in his hands. Hero fan and everything. This is kind of a dream come true, he admitted as he followed Tensei towards the back of the office. It's normal. Heck, you should see the interns. He chuckled. They sometimes can't help but start rambling. It's scary impressive how much they know about other heroes sometimes, the navy-haired man replied, shaking his head with an amused smirk. You don't say. Izuku smiled slightly. He would probably be doing the same. As for now, he was trying really hard not to come off as a creepy fanboy. He had to try and work with everyone there. Not really surprised, there are a lot of information out there on the net, sometimes too much. Ain't that the truth? Well, There are male and female locker rooms. Each floor has its own since it can get a little crowded. I believe your locker is there are some uniforms already there. Think you'll find it all right? Ida asked as he came to a stop outside of the locker rooms. There were 2 gray doors with the generic icons for male and female. Yeah, no problem. Izuku replied with an emphatic nod. I'll be out in no time. Take your time, I have to check in with some of the third shifters. Tensei nodded before starting to make his way towards the 2 ladies. The door pushed open easily, giving way to a titled space tinted a very light blue. The hall stretched out into an open space with large silver metal lockers which reached nearly 8 feet high. Numbers were clearly marked on each door as they lined up around a few metal benches scattered in the room. Much nicer than the hospital, he muttered softly as he made his way to the area on the left. He scanned over the lockers, managing to spot one labeled a quick tap of his ID card, and the door clicked open. Inside awaited 3 sets of white jumpsuits similar to his old uniform. There were blue patches on the shoulders and large pockets on either side of the chest, as well as a few on the legs. Nice. He grinned, testing the sturdy material. On a top rack, he spotted a white helmet which was similar to his old one, only this one had a light in the center. They really supply their employees, he muttered as he started shrugging out of his jacket, unwilling to keep Tensei waiting. He hung up his clothes and started changing into the jumpsuit. He was zipping up the front of the suit when an icy cold chill filling the room. A shudder ran through him before hearing the sound of sneakers on tiles. He turned quickly and paused when he spotted white and red hair. Shudo didn't seem to notice him as the hero entered the locker room. He simply plucked the earphones out of his ears. His hair was a bit of a mess as it stuck to his face. Sweat clung to him, giving his skin a sheen from the fluorescent lights overhead. The young hero started to pull off the black thin shirt which fit nicely into every curve and contour of his lean, well-defined torso and arms. The matching sweatpants were fitted to his trim waist but sadly were much more loosely fit. Izuku choked a bit on air as he realized he was shamelessly staring at the stripping hero. The temperature in the locker dropped several degrees as Shoto looked up, finally, noticing the other person in the room. The beads of sweat which clung to his body crystallized by the sudden cold. Izuku was red. He could feel the heat of his skin from the tip of his ears down to his shoulders. He must have come off as some sort of stalker or creeper. He had wanted to make a good impression, but he was just gawking at one of his favorite heroes. It didn't help that he was still staring. "And you are?" the hero questioned with a quirked brow. Bicolored eyes stared at Izuku with intense suspicion. His brain forced reset and Izuku sputtered his response. Sorry. I am Midoriya Izuku. I just started working here for Team B Beta as a paramedic. Just started today. And nice to meet you." A heartbeat of silence followed before the chill seemed to ebb away in the room. "I see," Shudo replied simply as he finished removing his shirt. A few icy drops brushed off from his chiseled abs as he moved. "Welcome to the team." "I guess," he replied awkwardly before simply continuing on his way down the hall, towards the showers. With eyes the size of dinner plates, Izuku nodded. "Thank you. I look forward to working with you," he answered, voice echoing loudly off of the tiled walls. There was only some sort of non-committal hum in reply as the hero disappeared down the hall. Izuku slumped against the bench beside him, thankful for the chill in the air. "Idiot!" he scolded, slapping a palm to his face before letting out a soft groan. "Well, that was one hell of an intro. He probably thinks you are a spaze now. Or worse, a creepy spaze. How the hell did I mess up that badly?" Stifling another groan, he dropped his hand and let out a heavy sigh. He had always been a fan of the two-toned hero since the first sports festival. Shudo's skills and speed were nearly unmatched. Not to mention the raw power he had with his ice was insane. Even with the questions and rumors around his family and upbringing, he seemed to push past it all and just be a hero. Despite the mystery which surrounded him, he was someone Izuku definitely respected. And now he had a few more reasons to admire him. "This is going to be so much harder than I thought." With his nerves calmed, Izuku finished changing and left the locker room. The office seemed to come alive as a handful of people inhabited the shared space. Some were clad in casual clothes while others in costume, looking a bit haggard from the overnight shift. Still, everyone looked like they were in a good mood. The smell of coffee filled the air along with idle chatter as a group was slowly gathering in the sitting area. Izuku couldn't help but grin as he started to recognize the various heroes in the agency before he realized he still needed to be shown around. He glanced around for a familiar face, but before he could see either of the Ida brothers, a voice called to him. Midoriya. Uravity's voice chimed as she stepped off the elevator and made her way over. She was clad in a simple pink button-down shirt with a black skirt and tights. A white coat was draped on one of her arms. Glad to see you made it. She gave a tired grin. Her voice was upbeat, but a quick study revealed that she was much more worn out than she showed. There were faint bags under her eyes and she was a tad pale. He smiled brightly and waved. Good morning, Uravity. The brunette chuckled softly. Oh, you can call me Uraraka when we're not on the field. It would be kind of odd to always go by my hero name. Oh, feeling all right? Yeah, everything's great. Looks like today is going to be a good day, she replied with a spark of determination in her eyes. I hope so. First day and everything. I could barely sleep last night. Uraraka giggled softly. You'll be fine. It shouldn't be too different than your other job. Only instead of waiting at a hospital, you get to hang around here or patrol around with us. I have no doubt you'll pick it up quick. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Thanks. I hope I don't disappoint. I know you can do it. Uravity gave a thumbs up with a grin. I should probably get changed and ready for my Shirdash. Ochako! A sharp voice called as the quiet whirl of machinery zipped around the corner. Tenya Ida sped his way over to her, looking like a man on a mission. The brunette jumped before shrinking down slightly. Shoot, I thought he was off, she whispered softly before putting on a nervous smile. Good morning, Tenya. I thought I told you to take today off, the man lectured sternly, arms wildly karate chopping the air. It is of the utmost importance to get proper rest. Especially after all the extra hours you put in downtown. I'm mostly here to do paperwork, Uraraka replied quickly. Didn't have time to do it last night, so I figured I would do it this morning. Ida adjusted his glasses slightly. Then I better not see you in costume today. Well, we'll see what happens later. Never know when you need another set of hands. She grinned, holding up both of her hands as if to prove a point. Ida simply sighed, his head falling for a moment before he met her gaze once more. Please just take care of yourself and listen to your body. Team Alpha is working the downtown site and the overnight crew managed to clear most of the debris. I know you want to help, but keep your limitations in mind, he asked in a softer tone, his hand less wild but still punctuated every other word. Uraraka gave a more genuine smile as she nodded. I promise I'll keep that in mind. Looks like I'll just have to stick around here and make sure Midoriya knows his way around. Right. Good morning, Midoriya. Apologies for not being here sooner. Tenya greeted with a slight bow. It's wonderful that you showed up so early. He smiled, wild hand movements returning. I hope the commute here was uneventful today, given everything going on. Gee, good morning. No, it's fine. I honestly just wanted to beat out the rush hour with all of the commute changes. Also had the usual first day stuff to take care of, so it's no trouble at all, honest. Izuku replied quickly as he found himself pulled into the conversation. And I'll be all right if you have work to do, Uraraka. Maybe we can have lunch together. Would be cool to know more about the medic side of things. You guys have the best stories, she answered with a chuckle. Maybe, yeah, Izuku nodded, getting excited at the idea. Thank you for the offer, though it is much appreciated. No problem. Just trying to be helpful. Though I really do have a ton of paperwork to do, so I better start. Uraraka replied, not looking very enthused to deal with the red tape side of hero work. He couldn't blame her though. Paperwork and charting was the most annoying part of the job sometimes. You all are awfully loud this early. A tired monotone voice spoke up, drawing the eyes of the trio to Shudo. Clad in his usual hero outfit, the two-toned hero adjusted the braces on his arm. Oh, Todoroki, have you met our new paramedic? Uraraka questioned, her tone bright and cheery. Izuku could feel his nerves returning but gave a slight smile, trying to be friendly. He was about to speak when Shudo replied first. "Yes. Though I may have spooked him earlier," he replied with a very subtle smirk. "Not nice, Todoroki. We're trying to keep the new hires." Uraraka teased with a small giggle. Izuku could feel his face heating up but managed to keep from getting flustered. It wasn't that bad. I just wasn't expecting anyone else to be here so early." "Guess you'll just have to pay more attention, Midoriya," Uraraka pointed out with a playful smirk. More people started to fill in around them as it drew closer to the start of the shift. "Looks like it's close to shift change. We should probably get ready." "Hopefully today is a slower start," Shudo yawned as he made his way over to one of the desks beside a window. "In the meantime, I will show you to the paramedic station," Ida announced, motioning for Izuku to follow as he moved his chair to turn around. "Thank you very much. See you later, Uraraka." He waved to the gravity hero as she went to her desk. Izuku then followed his new boss into elevators. The garage is in the basement. Attached to it is the prep station. Normally paramedics meet there to gather their supplies and ensure the equipment is working. It is also where most of the paramedics linger so they can jump onto the truck quickly should an emergency arise. "Makes sense." Izuku nodded slightly as the elevator arrived on the basement level. The two were led out into a large open room with a few couches and another set of vending machines. Halls split off into 3 directions with signs labeling what was down each. He followed Tenya down the faded gray halls to the left towards the garage. "How many other paramedics are there?" 3 shifts with 2 teams of 5 on duty. "Your team is Beta 3 or B3. Tammy is the lead. She used to work in the military so she can be a tad harsh, but she has proven to be a wonderful asset." Izuku gave a slight smile, feeling a bit nervous about meeting the team. "Your brother said something very similar. It should be a valuable learning experience." The two came to a large door which opened outwards into a massive garage. The gray color scheme panned out into the expansive space. 2 large trucks were parked with various workers loading equipment and lingering around. The trucks were large white 18-wheelers with the logo of the agency scrawled across the side. Beside them were 2 ambulances which were also being loaded. The walls were lined with tools and supplies for quick work. Most of the people were dressed similarly to Izuku and busied themselves making sure the trucks were stocked for the day ahead. Most gave friendly smiles or waves as the two pasted with the general atmosphere being positive. Izuku gave a small smirk seeing the mobile command center up close. As they passed, he could see inside the back. The inside was well lit with a plethora of computers and consoles. "This is amazing. How many trucks does Ida 10 have?" he questioned, giving a wave back to several of the people. "In total, we have 4 command centers and 5 ambulances. A couple have been sent to assist with the recovery downtown. I believe Beta has been assigned to respond to emergencies for today," Tenya explained as they approached an ambulance on the far side. A woman jumped out of the back of the truck. She was tall, towering over most of those around her. She looked distinctly American with curly blonde hair pulled up into a clip and brilliant blue eyes. Her gaze snapped to the approaching pair and she raised a brow. "This the new rookie?" Her voice held a harder edge to it as she eyed the new hire. Izuku put on his best smile before bowing. "Izuku Midoriya, I look forward to working with you, ma'am," he introduced with an earnest smile. Nerves tightened in his chest, but he tried his hardest not show it. "He worked with Hosu General previously," Tenya added. "I trust you will get him acquainted with the team. Of course, he can help load up the truck while everyone else arrives," she replied, jabbing her thumb at the ambulance behind her. "Hopefully things don't kick off until after we get everything sorted out," she grumbled before starting to head back into the truck. "Wonderful. I will see you later then. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask," Ida offered with a small smile. "Of course, thank you." Izuku bowed, watching as he left the area, before taking a deep breath and heading into the truck. "What do you need help with?" he asked as he scanned over the inside of the ambulance, getting a sense for how this one was set up. It looked fairly standard but had more advanced equipment than his previous employment. "Make sure the crash cart is stocked," Tammy said, pointing to a large cabinet with various drawers. Izuku nodded and simply started doing as he was told when he heard the woman speak up again. So what are you good at, kid? Oh, assessment, analysis, and delegating, he answered after a second of thought. I've been told my bedside manner is very good. I also have gotten intubation down pretty well. He added, giving each draw a once-over, committing each one to memory. Good. Always helps to have another set of reliable eyes on the scene, Tammy started before a cheery voice chimed in. Good morning. A fairly voluptuous pink-haired woman approached the truck. There was a much shorter dark-haired male on one side and a shorter woman on her other side. The shorter woman had blue hair pulled into a ponytail and vivid green eyes. Oh, we have someone new. Wonderful. The pink-haired paramedic smiled brightly. Don't get too attached. He's still on probation, Tammy stated bluntly. Dread started to curl in the pit of Izuku's stomach as he snapped his attention to Tammy nervously. True, he was on probation, but he hoped to actually stay. Though just as anxiety started to flare up, it almost immediately calmed. A feeling of warmth replaced it as he felt significantly more secure. Yasu, what have we said about your quirk? Tammy scolded as she stood up fully from her spot beside another set of medication draws. Don't be mean, Tammy, you were making him nervous? The pink-haired woman replied with a slight shrug. The warm feeling started to fade as her eyes met Izuku's. If he got past Mr. Ida, then he's a shoo-in. The woman giggled softly. Her orange eyes almost glowed with warmth as she gave a polite bow. I am Yasu Haiwa, pleased to meet you. The blue-haired woman put up a hand in a short wave, her expression fairly neutral. Yo, Atsuko Suru, she introduced before taking a sip of a very large coffee. Izuku stood up with a grin and returned the bow. Izuku Midoriya, a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Haiwa and Suru. He said before looking to the brunette, I look forward to working with you all. The male was slightly shorter than him and made eye contact before simply nodding. Kessen Yumi, he replied in a low voice. Yasu leaned forward slightly and spoke in a low tone. Kess is a little shy around new people. She chuckled before pulling back. And please use our first names. Oh, all right then. He nodded, glancing to Kessen with a small friendly smile. No worries, always a bit nerve-wracking around a new person, Izuku admitted. Meet and greet is over. Tammy's voice boomed over the gathering, causing Izuku to jump. We need to get ready before dash. The shrill sound of a bell interrupted her scolding as suddenly everyone jumped to attention. Wait a minute. Every effing time. Right into the action, Yasu clapped her hands, trying to remain positive. Today should go fast then. Izuku could only smile slightly at her optimism before quickly shut all of the drawers to the cabinet. The crew piled into the ambulance with everyone finding a seat. The siren started to scream as the ambulance started out of the garage. Izuku barely managed to hold onto his seat as everything was jostled around. I thought I was safe from Coco's driving, he internally cried as he looked to Tammy, who was focusing intensely on the road ahead of her. Shaking his head, he resigned himself to his fate and looked to Yasu and Atsuko, who were sitting in the back as if they weren't in some sort of trackless roller coaster. So what are we heading into? He questioned, trying to focus his mind into work mode. Atsu pulled out a tablet from the cart and tapped the screen. Simple enough, she muttered, taking another sip of her coffee. Bank robbery turned hostage situation. Minor injuries reported. Interactions have been limited to the police and villain. So far they are just trying to negotiate the release of the hostages. She read off the report before passing the tablet to Kessen in the front. They probably need another set of eyes and someone to chill things out if they get heated. Oh dear, I hope it doesn't come to that. Yasu worried softly as she stocked her pockets with some basic supplies like gauze and gloves. Always nice when things are resolved peacefully. Izuku looked between the two of them, something clicking in his head. Do you all help out beyond just medical support? He questioned, following suit in making sure his pockets were supplied. Occasionally, Atsu responded, her half-lidded jade gaze meeting his. Our quirks are useful in some tight spots, so if we're on standby we get pulled in to help where we can. I normally just assist with recon, seeing what's going on inside the buildings, give more accurate locations for the infiltration team, monitor the situations, basic stuff. always from a distance. Izuku's eyes lit up excitedly. So X-ray vision? That's amazing! Aside from the plethora of assistance it gives in assessing and getting an in-depth view of patients, the applications are endless for any situation. Infiltration, assessment, monitoring, searching. You probably are invaluable when it comes to rescue efforts. Atsu blinked a few times, surprised by his rambles before scratching the back of her head, a small blush appearing on her face. Something like that? I have to really focus to get the most out of it, but it helps out a lot, she replied, eyes averted as she took another sip of her coffee. Oh, me next. Yasu chimed in excitedly as she bounced in her seat, nearly falling out of it as a sharp turn was taken. I have a calming aura. Wow, that's real dash. Chatting time is over. We're 2 minutes out. Tammy announced over her shoulder as the sirens cut off. The truck jerked a few times as it weaved in and out of traffic. Izuku seemed to be the only one bothered by this, as everyone else seemed to simply finish stocking up on supplies and make sure their headsets were in place. Izuku took a few deep breaths as he trying to get in the right mindset. It didn't sound like they were going to be arriving at some sort of bloodbath. However, he didn't trust reports completely. Situations could turn on a dime. Slowly his mind quieted down, tuning out the noise of doubt and anxiety. Each breath brought with it a new wave of calm focus. The truck jolted to a stop and his eyes opened, focused and ready to tackle the situation ahead of them. Everyone quickly unloaded from the truck and the comms came alive with murmurs and whispers of the situation. Several cop cars were surrounding a single-story building which read J Bank. There was an officer standing at the bank a good distance away from the door with a phone. There was a very pensive expression on his face as he spoke to whoever was on the other end. Possibly the villain. Surrounding them was a line of police officers. There was a thick tension in the air as everyone was on high alert, expecting the worst. Thankfully, there were only windows in the front of the building, so police were slowly gathering along the sides and a handful in the back. B3 on the scene, Tammy reported in as they surveyed the scene. Well, it seems like things are at least civil at the moment. Yasu pointed out softly as she stood off to the side, med bag in hand. From the sounds of it, looks like there are only minor injuries as well. Don't jinx us, Atsu spoke up as she rummaged through her pockets, pulling out a little bottle of saline solution and applying some to her eyes. B3, we need eyes to monitor what's going on inside. Entering the buildings is too dangerous, Tenya's voice radioed over the headset. Everyone else remains on standby. Atsu's eyes took on a blue glow, line lighting up her iris in intricate patterns. 15 inside, only one standing, everyone else in on the ground. There are 2 others in the back as well, who aren't moving at all, she muttered into the mic. The blue-haired woman blinked a few times as the glow faded. Thank you, was uttered as more chatter started back and forth with tactics and plans. Izuku observed as everyone remained in a tense silence around the building. His gaze darting around the scene. He spotted some movement by the side of the building. He tilted his head, noticing a familiar dark-haired woman with punkish clothes crouched low beside the building. Earphone jack. He smirked slightly, seeing the hearing hero listening to what was going on in the building. Atsu sighed. I'm going to see if I can get a better angle on what is going on. She looked to Yasu. Buddy system? The pink-haired woman simply nodded before the pair started to wade through the crowd. Be safe, Tammy called over, sparing a glance to the departing pair before she continued to watch the scene. So, this happens a lot? Izuku questioned softly as he stood beside Tammy. Police officers were starting to back away from the building, moving to the blind spots and out of view of the window as the negotiators seemed to grow tenser. 50-50. The blonde answered, leaning against the truck. Half the time we are here just in case something happens. Other times we're pulling people out of the fight and managing the chaos on arrival. I know it might sound bad, but I prefer the latter situation. Izuku nodded slightly. I can understand that. Sitting on your hands is never easy, he admitted quietly. He saw more movement among the gathering crowd as 2 more heroes arrived, Kriati and Shuto. Both kept their distance as they seemed to discuss a plan of attack. Do they ever take suggestions from us? Sometimes, mostly for where to keep the fight from reaching. Something can't be helped though. Tammy shrugged slightly as she fished a lighter from her pocket and started toying with it. Izuku mimicked his leader, leaning against the truck slightly listening. There was mention a laser vision quirk being used by the villain. He wanted safe passage out of the city with all of the money he could carry. No fighting or arrest. From how the negotiator was motioning for more people to fall back, things were slowly coming to a boil. If it wasn't handled soon, there might be a lot more injuries to take care of. With each second that passed, there was a high risk of someone being seen and triggering an attack as well. Izuku racked his brain, trying to figure out the best solution without possibly compromising more of the hostages inside. Sleep gas was the first thing in mind, but there was no telling if that would affect any of the hostages poorly. There was also the chance that the villain would start to feel sleepy and panic. Next option would be an ambush, but that had its own messy complications and risks. Possibly smoke screen? Same result. Izuku sighed, glancing at the building before an idea came to mind. Heat vision quirks typically need someone to have their eyes open, correct? Izuku looked to Tammy. The woman quirked a brow slightly, usually, unless they want their eyelids burnt off. She trailed off before realizing what he was thinking and nodded slightly. There are a few options to get him to keep his eyes closed. Though I doubt a flashbang would be a good idea around so many potential patients. Reports said all of the hostages were scattered, not to mention throwing one in would risk being seen. Izuku shook his head slightly. Don't need a flashbang, they have earphone jack, he pointed out. To which Tammy stared at him a moment before seeming to catch on. Not a bad idea. She shrugged slightly. There are usually overhead PA systems. And it doesn't take particularly damaging frequencies to make someone flinch and shut their eyes. Exactly, he smirked. All they need to do is get to the system, which shouldn't be too hard, pending on earphone jack's range. Tammy nodded, turning back into the chatter ideas being tossed around on how to approach. I swear, they get so wrapped up specifics sometimes they miss what's obvious, she grumbled under her breath. Well, we kind of do the same thing sometimes. Izuku shrugged slightly. Get so wrapped up in details you miss the forest for the trees. Especially with lives on the line. The blonde just let out a heavy sigh. Suppose we should chime in then. Tammy reached up to tap on the headset. Hey, the new kid has an idea that might help. These places normally have a PA system. That small tip sparked a barrage of chatter. The paramedic just released the comm, letting the team piece together the rest as she just looked to Izuku with an exasperated smirk. They'll figure it out. I just hope the Ice Prince doesn't make too much more work for us. Should-o? Izuku questioned with a quirked brow. Who else? 9 times out of 10 he leaves someone with frostbite. Most of the time it is villain, but we do have to treat them as well. She shrugged slightly. Makes sense. Izuku nodded before turning to look at the scene as the police started to fall back into a wider perimeter around the bank. The crowds thinned slightly as Shuto and Kriati moved along the walls to avoid being seen. Earphone jack disappeared from sight. He could only guess to find an access point to the system. Despite being a safe distance away, Izuku couldn't help but tense as the heroes drew closer to the front of the bank. He wished he could do more than just watch. A small part of him was aching to be more helpful, but he held firm and stayed put. There were more than enough people lingering around. Despite knowing this, he toyed with the black bracelet secured around his left wrist. He knew it was risky bringing it, but he wore it anyway, just in case. He watched as Shuto and Kriati stood ready to sprint at the first signal. The skin along Kriati's side was already sparkling slightly while ice started to shimmer at Shuto's feet. Like a rubber band stretched past its breaking point, the tension snapped with an obnoxiously high-pitched sound which rang out from the bank. The crack of ice quickly followed as the icy hero blurred into motions, smoothly sliding across the ground. The windows frosted over as a blast of ice was sent inside the bank. The two quickly disappeared into the bank to make the arrest, but a flash of red made Izuku's heart drop. Something had slipped. Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he was holding as he jumped to attention, ready to run. There was another flash of red which caused the front of the bank to explode in a shower of glass and crimson light. Crackles of ice mingled with panicked screams of the hostages inside. Then just as quickly as all started, it fell silent. All clear. Creotti's voice came over the radio, sounding pained. Izuku glanced to Tammy, who already picked up her med case, and he hurried in. Glimpses of blue and pink from the other side of the perimeter showed Yasu and Atsuko arriving from the opposite side. Glass crunched under boots as the police moved in alongside them to finish securing the scene. The bank on the inside was mostly intact save for the front wall. The hostages were scattered on either side of the bank, looking shell-shocked by the whole ordeal. In the center of the room was a large burly man encased in ice, save for his head which had some sort of device clasped around his eyes. The way the head lolled back signaled that the villain was unconscious. Both Creotti and Shudo looked a bit roughed up with minor burns, but the way Shudo's right shoulder hung was alarming. The radio lit up with a new flood of information while police flooded in. Thankfully, in the initial assessment, there were no life-threatening injuries. All of the hostages had minor injuries. The two bodies in the back were identified as guards who were knocked out but stable. As expected, Tammy took over the medic crew, directing everyone immediately to help escort the hostages out. Yasu had already set up a tarp, and all who drew near were immediately embraced by her calming aura. The tension slowly left everyone's body as they approached. The pink-haired woman simply started disinfecting and bandaging wounds. Atsu was assisting with assessments, her eyes aglow as she gave everyone a once-over. Izuku tried to approach the heroes, but the swarm of police made it difficult as they moved to apprehend the villain. Steam started to rise from the air as the ice was melted by the same man who created it. It would probably take a bit before they could be treated. Izuku made himself useful in helping some of the hostages out of the building. He approached a middle-aged woman who still looked skittish. There was a little girl in her arms who was still sniffling and sobbing quietly. Both had a few small scratches and scuffs from being near the front, but the injuries were minor. He gave a friendly smile to the little girl as she started up at him with watery eyes. "Hey there, it's all right. We're safe now," he said softly as he offered the child his hand. She reached out, taking it as the pair were assisted up and escorted to the medic area. The little girl clung to his arm, her whimpers slowly easing as they entered the bubble of calm. "Thank God that is all over," the woman sighed heavily as she sat on the tarp. Izuku nodded. "And with everyone safe," he added, looking to the little girl. He got down to her level and patted her head. "Stay here with your mom." "All right," he instructed. "Everything is fine now." He gently pulled her small hands from his arm. The girl looked to him with watery eyes. "Are you sure?" "Of course. The heroes and police already caught the villain." "Okay," she whispered softly, her tears stopping. "Thank you, mister." Izuku smiled. "No problem. I have to go help other people." The little girl nodded slightly. "W." She held her hands together as they gave off a subtle green glow. Slowly she unfurled her fingers and held them out with a small smile. In her delicate hands laid a little emerald green rose. "For you." Izuku grinned and accepted the flower. "Thank you," he replied before tucking the little memento in one of his pockets. The girl seemed pleased by this and moved to hug her mother as Yasu looked over the cuts and scratches. He turned and headed back into the bank with a bit more pep in his step. All of the hostages were evacuated by the time the villain was unfrozen and secured in restraints. Tammy had brought over several thick blankets which were quickly wrapped around the unconscious man. They almost acted as an additional set of really warm and fluffy restraints as the villain was loaded into the back of one of the police vans. With the threat secured, the heroes could finally be treated for their injuries. Creotti seemed well enough with some minor burns which Kessin started to treat. The quiet paramedic had been almost a shadow, slipping around the crowds and taking care of people's wounds. Izuku approached Shudo as the police finally finished collecting his statement. Some nerves started to float to the surface, but one glance at the deformed shoulder hardened his resolve. It looked painful, with burns littering across the exposed skin, tinting it pink and red. "Hey, I can help you with your shoulder," he offered. "Should be a simple fix." Shudo stared a moment, unease reading in his expression. Izuku tried not to be hurt by it. He was new and trust wasn't universally guaranteed. "Just let him do it." Tammy's harsh voice answered before the hero could. One glance in her direction and Izuku's nerves skyrocketed. The air wavered around her as she seemed to be emitting a fairly intimidating aura. Police officers were also starting to move away from the paramedic. I swear between you and Uravity we're going to be run ragged. Sure, Shudo replied, edging away from the woman. Izuku just nodded, leading the hero off to where his kit was sitting by one of the counters. Shudo stayed mostly quiet, waiting until they were out of earshot before speaking up. That woman is more intimidating than my father sometimes. Izuku gave a nervous chuckle. It seems like, he replied, pulling out a seat for his patient. Without a word, Shudo simply sat down. I take it she is always this intense? He questioned as he gently started to palpate along the shoulder, feeling for where each part of the join sat in comparison to each other. Gloved hands smoothed across cool and clammy pale skin, gently pressing around the burns. Yeah, Shudo replied, his voice tense with pain. Sorry, this is going to hurt, but I need you to try and relax. Easier said than done, I know, Izuku explained, knowing full well how difficult it was to try and stay relaxed through the pain. The only thing worse than a dislocated joint was a fracture. Shudo simply grunted as Izuku gently held his forearm, extending the arm out to the side. A hiss of pain followed every motion, which caused Izuku's stomach to twist slightly. Dull, sympathetic pains radiated in his joints, but he continued, knowing it was for the best to have the injury treated sooner than later. The paramedic continued to slowly and methodically manipulate the arm until there was a muted pop. A muffled curse escaped Shudo as he grit his teeth. Sorry about that, but it's back in place. Izuku carefully pressed along the joint to ensure that everything was returned to normal. You should still get it checked out at the hospital to make sure there is not permanent damage or that anything is being pinched. Thanks. The hero bit out before taking a deep breath and trying to relax. Izuku noted the irritated look in Shudo's eye as he pulled some gauze and simple sling from his pack. There was something else lurking under the annoyance. It was a subtle shift to the normal neural expression which the hero wore. A pensive, almost worried expression Izuku had been called out for having many times. Not exactly the best start to the day, he pointed out as he carefully started to treat the burns on the injured arm. What remained of the sleeve was easily cut away to give an easier workspace. He tried to keep the right balance of pressure in his motions as not to cause more pain than necessary. But the important part is that everyone is okay. You guys did amazing. He gave a bright smile. This seemed to catch Shudo off guard as he did not resist having his arm moved and wrapped in gauze. Heterochromic eyes stared at him at a loss for a moment before shifting away. Yes, but there could have been a much cleaner resolution. Sure, there were 101 ways it could have been better, but twice as many it could have gone worse. Live and learn, Izuku offered, smiling, never faltering as he finished wrapping the arm. He then carefully slipped the sling around Shudo. I suppose you are correct. Shudo trailed off, watching as Izuku placed the injured arm in the sling, winced slightly as his arm was adjusted to it sat in the sling properly. Thank you. No problem. Izuku stepped back, giving the hero some space. Just make sure to get it checked out properly and rest it for the day. It can easily pop out again if the tendons have been weakened. Shudo's brows furrowed as he was about to speak, but a voice cut him off. I'll make sure of that. Creati approached with a small smirk. Bandages patchworked along her arms and shoulders. Come on, Ida wants to make sure we get checked out properly. She crossed her arms, leaving very little opening for argument. Shudo only rolled his eyes, obviously irritated as he rose from the chair. All right, he relented before looking at Izuku, his expression softening slightly. Thank you for your assistance. No problem. Izuku replied with another bright smile, trying his best not to turn into a blushing mess. He just watched as the two headed out the front of the bank before letting out a soft sigh. Seems like you did well. Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin as Atsu crept up beside him. Ah well, I tend to do good with joints and traumatic wounds. He scratched the back of his head. The blue-haired woman looked to the retreating pair of heroes. HM. He's normally fussy when we try to treat more than the bare minimum. Like he always has someplace to be. I see, he murmured before shrugging. I can be very persuasive. And I think Tammy may have spooked him a bit. Atsu chuckled. Well, glad to have someone who can get him to sit still. We're all done here. Yasu offered to get coffee for everyone on the way back to the agency. Are we going to take them to the hospital? Izuku questioned, motioning to the heroes. Yasu shrugged. Cop car can get them there a lot quicker than our truck. Makes sense. Coffee it is then. Izuku picked up his kit, happy that this situation was a relatively easy resolution. If this was just the start of the day, he was interested in seeing how the rest panned out. Kokoro, so how has the first day been? Izuku, great. Stayed far away from danger. Kokoro, miracles happen after all. Izuku, I am not that danger-prone. Kokoro, I have 100+ stories that prove you're wrong. Kokoro, so have you gushed to any heroes yet? Izuku, only a little. Rather they not think of me as too weird. Kokoro, too late probably. Have you met your crush yet? Izuku, OMG do not. Kokoro, you ramble about him enough. Izuku, I got to fix his shoulder. Probably the best interaction we've had so far. As much as he wanted to, Izuku could never admit to gawking at Shudo. It had been a highlight of his morning, but there was a very strong chance that Kokoro would kill him and take his place. There was no way he was going to risk losing his dream job. A ding drew his attention away from his paranoid musings. After the hostage situation, the rest of the morning had passed in relative peace. The only calls they had gotten was a smaller incident where the most they did was stand around, just in case. It was good practice for getting to know where everything was in the ambulance and learn about his coworkers. The past hour had been surprisingly calm, allowing the group to take a break for lunch. This prompted Izuku to check and see how Uraraka was holding up. A buzz sounded before he could start to look for the brunette, and he checked his phone. Kokoro, Oumi, shut up. You actually got to touch the ice prince already. He stifled a laugh to a small snort as he read over the text. A plethora of replies came to mind, but he wasn't sure which one to pick. What did she expect? Then again, he didn't expect to have to treat Shudo so soon. He figured the most he would get to do was to observe. Of course, life had other plans. Life always had different plans than what he expected, for better and for worse. It had nearly given him a heart attack that morning, though the reward was worth it in the end. Girlfriend? A bubbly voice interrupted his thoughts before they could wander too far. Huh. Oh and no. Izuku sputtered as he looked up to meet the curious brown eyes of Uraraka. It's just Kokoro checking in on me. Making sure I didn't get into any trouble. Oh, I hope she's doing well, Uraraka replied with a warm smile. Jiro told me about this morning. Good thing everyone made it out all right. Despite an obvious relief, there was still a hint of frustration lingering in her cheery voice, most likely from being stuck at the office. She also said that you pointed something out that helped a lot. The suggestion wasn't anything special. They probably would have figured it out eventually, Izuku reasoned with a soft chuckle as he fidgeted with his phone. I'm just glad it really helped the situation. Hey, any time we saved in a hostage situation is essential, a voice spoke up from behind Izuku. He turned to see Earphone Jack sporting a small smirk. She offered a hand. You must be the new guy. Nice to meet you. Izuku gave a huge grin as he tried to keep his excitement in check. Izuku Midoriya, great to meet you as well. He reached out and shook her hand. You guys were amazing earlier. Thanks. We probably could have done better, but a successful mission is still as a success. The hearing hero grinned. Welcome to Beta, great to have you. I know my hero name can be a bit of a mouthful, so I go by Jiro outside of missions. Noted, Izuku replied with a nod. Hey, I was just about to head to lunch, why not you two come with? Uraraka offered excitedly. Sure, I can grab a bite, Izuku answered, stomach growling at the prospect of lunch. Breakfast wasn't something he really placed much priority on. The best he got half the time was coffee and some toast. Jiro shrugged slightly. I'll pass for now. I had a quick bite already and should probably get started on reports before they start piling up. Uraraka nodded, giving a sympathetic look to her friend. Next time then. Or maybe we could bring something back for you. Nah, I'm good. Promise, the punkish woman replied with a wave of her hand before there was a buzzing sound and Jiro sighed, pulling out her phone. I swear if this is Denki again, she grumbled. Did he find another new fad? Uraraka questioned softly, her tone a bit exasperated. He's been texting me all morning. But you know, busy with work, Jiro muttered as she unlocked her phone and started scrolling. Oh wait, really? Nice. Uravati leaned over her friend's shoulder curiously. Oh, what is it? Looks like the ghost blog is active again, Jiro replied as she looked to Uraraka with a smirk. Only a few sightings, but Kiri and Kami are going nuts. She chuckled softly. Ghost? Izuku questioned, feigning innocence. Internally, though, he was screaming. He knew there were blogs about his alter ego, but he never thought heroes would actually follow it. Hell, there were already reports? He figured people would already start forgetting about him with his month hiatus. As in paranormal stuff? Jiro gave an amused snort as dark eyes lifted from the phone to meet his. No, not that kind of ghost. It's a vigilante. Tends to pop in and out of existence. Different places as well. No one has any idea who they are, so there are a lot of blogs trying to figure out the identity. Heck, no one can even pin down their quirk. So it's just one big mystery. Oh really? Sounds pretty cool. Izuku gave a small smile, unable to help himself. Might have to check it out. Didn't think there were a lot of blogs about vigilantes. I thought you guys were supposed to arrest them though, he added, trying to get a better idea for the future. He was normally really skittish as ghost about who could be a friend or just turn him in. Both women shrugged slightly before Uraraka spoke up. I mean, he hasn't done anything wrong per se. I thought he was an underground hero at first. Besides, Midnight told stories of working with a few vigilante back before she was a teacher. They can be a valuable resource and help where heroes couldn't go. Yeah, I don't have any issue with them as long as they are safe about it, Jiro added with a small grin. I actually caught a glimpse of Ghost once while helping to investigate a drag ring. I was trying to get better intel before a raid when I saw them. It was only for a few seconds before they vanished. I still think their quirk is invisibility. Kami thinks it's some kind of flight. She shook her head with a small chuckle. It's a fun topic to debate every once in a while. Those two dolts have a bet of who can meet Ghost first. Wow, sounds pretty interesting. Izuku mused aloud as he mentally filed away that note for later. It can be, Jiro agreed as she scrolled through the blog. Hey look, someone got a pic of them with hawks. Looks like another vigilante is there too, that or some kind of magician. Izuku just barely managed to keep a straight face at the mention of Spook. That's amazing. Hawks is really impressive as a hero. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes the #1 spot sometime soon. HM? I guess that is possible. Though it won't be an easy win for him. Uraraka leaned over her friend's shoulder once more to look at the picture. Hawks is so amazing. I'm almost jealous of Mina and everyone in their squad who started working at the nest, she giggled softly. But we at least get to work alongside them. It'll be easy enough, he's only getting more popular, Izuku muttered with a shrug. Besides, Endeavor has been on the decline for a while. Jiro nodded slightly as she glanced to Izuku with a quirked brow. Not an Endeavor fan? I appreciate everything he does, don't get me wrong. He's a great hero, but there is always something so off about him. At least to me. So no, not a fan really. But hey, that's just me. I've been an All Might fanboy since I was a little kid. Izuku rambled, trying to hold back his distaste for the flame hero. Sure, Endeavor had gotten better over the years. He had improved his public appearance and attitude, to an extent, which garnered a lot of respect and attention. However, he was still more of a powerhouse than a true symbol of peace. After All Might retired, it only became more apparent how far Endeavor came up short. Very few can really hold a candle to him though. That's the understatement of the year. A cool voice spoke up from behind the group, causing all eyes to turn to Shudo and Kriati as they approached the gathering. Izuku glanced over the two, seeing that both were looking much healthier than before. Not a scratch on them save for the sling which still held Shudo's shoulder in place. His eyes trailed up, lingering on the marred skin around Shudo's left eye. It seemed Shudo noticed as well as he turned his head slightly to hide his left side a bit more. A mix of turbulent emotions started to stir, but he quickly slammed a lid on them. Instead, he smiled brightly. Hey, welcome back. Did everything check out at the hospital? Clean bill of health, no lasting issues, though Shudo will need to take it easy for the rest of the day. Everything should be back in order, Creati informed with a smile, completely ignoring the annoyed glare Shudo was shooting her. I'll be fine, the icy hero replied, brushing off the concerned look everyone was giving him. Everything was put back right and healed up, so I have no issues. It's just a precaution. Even so, it's still important to give your body time to recover, Izuku advised, keeping his gaze trained on the stubborn hero. Oh, this job was going to be so much harder than he initially thought for many reasons. Not that he was complaining. I'm just glad that you are both well and there is no lasting damage. Creati nodded in agreement. That is very fortuitous. Thank you for your assistance earlier. Momo Yaoyorozu, a pleasure to meet you. She offered her hand with a polite smile. Izuku Midoriya, it's great to meet you as well. Izuku grinned as he shook her hand. I look forward to working with everyone. Today was pretty tense, but you guys were amazing, he complimented earnestly. Thank you. We are fortunate to have a wonderful support system at our backs and a great team to work with, Yaoyorozu replied with a warm smile. Team Ida 10 has always had great teams, makes working here a lot easier. Uraraka agreed with a grin. Hey, we were actually about to head out to lunch. Do you guys want to come? Sure, I could go for a good meal right now, Creati agreed, perking up at the prospect of lunch with good company. Let me just grab my coat. I'll pass, Shudo replied as he started to make his way towards his desk on the far end of the office. Spoil sport. One of these days we will get you to come out with us, Uraraka declared, her cheeks puffed slightly in a pout. Some of us like to get all our paperwork done before going home, Shudo replied with a small smirk, which only made Uraraka's cheeks puff out further. The trio found a small ramen spot which Uraraka insisted was the best in the area. Izuku simply followed along with their suggestions, enjoying the moment for what it was. Part of him was still surprised he was even there having lunch with two pro heroes. For as friendly as everyone was at Ida 10, everyone seemed to stick to their main groups. Medics with medics, support with support. It was nice getting to spend time with his fellow paramedics, but there was no way he was going to give up a chance to get to know heroes better. They complained about the ails of the city, where they fell short, where they could do better. Izuku was attentive to any little bits which might slip about Trigger. Sadly, it seemed they were just as lost as everyone else. Evidence and cases too scattered to form a solid lead. Though it seemed that the nest might have a few more leads. Not too surprising since they had the highest number of Trigger-related cases lately. The conversation drifted to the giant attack from the weekend before. Izuku felt a small bit of dread when Yaoyorozu remembered he had been the one to stop the needle hair villain. He braced himself for the inevitable lecture about putting himself in danger, but what came was surprising. We are thankful that you stopped more people from getting hurt though. Apologies for allowing the villain to escape in the first place. It was really a misstep on our part. Hopefully, it won't happen again. The last thing he expected was an apology. Heroes were just as human as anyone else. He did not fault them at all for what happened and was just happy he had been there to make a difference. Once the food arrived, the conversation shifted to non-hero-related news, new places opening around the city and plans for their days off. Overall, it was a nice meal with his coworkers, and he felt happy just having that small moment of being included in a life he had only dreamed of. The hours after lunch seemed to meld together with chats between his new medic crew, small quizzes to test his knowledge and adapting to his new job. A handful of more mundane emergencies were called in for the area close by, car accidents and in one case a slide. It helped to pass the time and to get to know everyone better, but wasn't exactly something to write home about. 4 o'clock rolled around and everyone packed up to depart for home. Izuku made his way upstairs to change. Much like earlier that morning, the sitting area was crowded with heroes who were returning along with those just starting their day. Izuku glanced around, spotting Uravity face down on her desk among colorful clutter. Little pastel plastic stars and planetary stress ball gave her space a little more personality among the office clutter of pens, paper clips, and highlighters. A tall stack of paperwork sat beside her. He gave a small chuckle as he approached. Did you finally slay the dreaded beast? He teased softly. Never again. Uraraka stated with a surprising burst of energy as she jumped up and slammed her hands on the desk. Never letting it get that bad again. It took so long, she groaned, slumping back in her chair with an exhausted sigh. I don't know how Todoroki and Momo do it, they are always out on time. Because they do their paperwork throughout the day instead of pushing it all off for days at a time, earphone Jack pointed out from her desk behind Uraraka's. Her desk was clear of most clutter save for a few miniature instruments, each one highly detailed small-scale replicas. The hearing hero leaned back in her chair, twirling one of the jacks around her fingers. I know it's bad, but it's not nearly as bad as the reports Present Mike gave us back in school. Izuku gave an encouraging smile. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it, Uraraka. Maybe set reminders? Or a bright neon sticky note on your computer. Maybe, she sighed, stretching her arms over her head. Either way, it's all done. So that means it's time to clock out. But after a long day like this, we could all use some rest, Izuku agreed, emerald eyes scanning around the office space but noticed two people missing. Kriati and Shudo already went home? Oh yeah, Tenya sent them home early since they had to take it easy anyway, the bouncy brunette said as she got to her feet. They were both feeling fine, but you know, precautions and watching out for their health. Kind of important when you have to be out there saving people. Izuku nodded, slightly disappointed he had missed them. Well, I guess that just means they will be back to their best tomorrow, he grinned. I hope you both get good rest as well. Jiro nodded, giving a peace sign as he started to walk off while Uraraka gave a wide grin. Of course. Take care and stay out of trouble. I'll do my best. The setting sky was painted brightly with warm pinks and oranges bleeding into the cool blues of night. The streets were crowded with working men and school children alike, all moving along the hustle and bustle to get home. Deliciously spicy scents wafted through the open window of street vendors, stirring hunger and drawing a crowd. Izuku tried his best to avoid the temptation as he weaved through the busy sidewalk. He had taken a long way home, making a few short stops along the way which were missed due to oversleeping the day before. His messenger bag weighed heavily with the goods from his trip. He stifled a yawn as he shrugged off the weariness. Even though the day had been tiring, his heart and mind felt light. He had always enjoyed his work, but getting to work alongside heroes had its own level of satisfaction. Even if all he was doing was providing support, he got a sliver of the life he had always dreamed of. He would make up for the rest by working in the shadows. The green-haired man pulled away from the throngs of people and stepped inside a small shop with a plethora of pictures plastered all over the windows. The art ranged from simple small single-colored silhouettes to large intricate elegant designs. Above the collage, the words "Ink Touch Tats" was marked in a color gradient of lavender to black. Inside was a brightly lit space which smelled of cigarette smoke and antiseptic. More art was plastered along the walls, samples to spark the imagination of customers as they entered. The faint sound of the rock station came from a station behind a glass counter filled with piercings. 4 stations were set up, but only one was occupied. A blonde woman was leaned over the back of a chair reading one of the magazines. Behind her sat a rail-thin man intensely focused on the colors he was etching into the woman's exposed back. The artist's body was a testament to his craft, covered head to toe in tattoos of various types and styles, a walking billboard clad only in a tank top and shorts to show off as much skin as possible. Vivid swirls colors moved in waves along his finger as he slowly dragged them along the exposed skin, leaving intricate partnering in their wake. Each trickle of green wound its way into elegant thorny vines while splashes of red blossomed into roses sparkling with dew. Izuku respected the man's space, simply observing from afar. It was an absolute delight watching the man work. After 5 solid minutes of intense focus, the man leaned back with a sigh. He shook his hands as if he was trying to get rid of the numbing sensation of pins and needles. Cool gray eyes lifted to meet green, and a smile stretched across the man's slender face. Izuku, good to see you. Come to finally add to your collection? Izuku chuckled softly as he approached. He gave the blonde a small smile as their eyes met, but she looked away, more interested in her magazine. He just shrugged and turned his attention back to the man. No, James, I said one and meant it. It was the same anytime he visited. He loved watching James work, fascinated with how masterfully he weaved the ink into people's skin to make gorgeous paintings, all with little to no pain. During one of his frequent trips to the shop, Izuku had been persuaded into getting one on his right shoulder. He agreed mostly out of curiosity since the man's quirk intrigued him and he wanted to know what it felt like. He had left up to James' choice as to what to actually have the tattoo be. In the end, a small green 4-leaf clover was inked into his skin. A symbol of good luck since Izuku was always getting into trouble. "I will get you to agree one day, I swear it," the artist stated firmly as he pressed his fingers to the edge of a few vials. The colors which coated his fingers bled out into their respective receptacles. "So what can I do you for then? I was actually wondering if the little lady was in?" Izuku questioned softly. "I brought a peace offering this time," he said, reaching into his bag and pulling out a pair of wrapped taiyaki. The man gave a chuckle, jerking his thumb to the back. "She should be in her usual spot. Woke up a little while ago, so she shouldn't be as cranky. Maybe I should have brought tea then as well," Izuku mused aloud before giving a shrug. "The piece looks amazing as always," he complimented before navigating his way past a few privacy screens to the back door. He knocked upon the old wooden door and patiently waited. Shuffling could be heard on the other side before a soft voice granted him clearance. "Docs? Sorry if I interrupted anything." Izuku apologized, holding up the fish-shaped pastry. "Brought your favorite," he offered as he entered. He was met with a dimly lit room crowded with copious amounts of papers, wires, computer parts and servers. The main source of light glowed from a computer screen which lit up the slender figure of a young woman. She was short, almost appearing childish. Not that anyone who knew her would ever say to her face. Lime green eyes glowed with the light from the monitor as the half-lidded gaze stared him down, annoyance reading clear. She simply sighed, brushing her pale blue hair from her face. "Whatcha want, green bean?" the woman questioned, adjusting the oversized hoodie on her thin frame so it wasn't falling off. "I figured you were still dark after the whole building collapse thing." Izuku brushed off the question, not wanting to dive into the ordeal. "I bounce back quick." He set the taiyaki on the cluttered desk, managing to place it between several empty cans which once contained tea. "I'm actually here because I'm looking to gather some intel on a particular problem. Probably heard quite a bit about it in the past few months." Doc smirked slightly. "The Ender vandalism, trigger junkies or kidnappings?" Izuku paused a moment. "Last two," he replied, figuring they might be connected. "But mostly the second. Have anything that might help me in my quest to clear it from the streets?" "You know I do." The woman leaned back against her chair with a heavy sigh. "Question is, what do you have to offer me?" Her eyes shimmered dangerously. "Probably not much you don't already know. However, I can help you gather more information, just need some of those little critters you collect. I will go around and place them in a few key hotspots and we both get a few new tidbits of info. Most I won't need but will at least be of interest to you," he rambled quickly as not to be kicked out of the room immediately. He had done this one time for her in the past and it worked moderately well. "I already have places of interest listed out." The young woman seemed to mull the idea over, her head swaying left to right. "All right, that might work," she replied as her delicate hands reached out to pick up one of the warm pastries. "I can give you a few additional places to bug. If you can get a few cameras, that would help as well. Tag one of the dealers and you get brownie points." A grin spread across Izuku's face. "I promise you I will do my best. The goal is to get rid of this drag once and for all, but I have a feeling it's going to take a lot of effort." Dox shrugged, taking a bit of the pastry. "Seeing as how it has route connecting across the sea, yeah, I think so. But this is your impossible task, not mine." Izuku felt the weight of his self-assigned mission weigh on him a little more but simply smirked. "I'll get it done, or at least help those who can make a difference to make sure it's gone," he vowed, unwavering in his resolve. Dox stared at him, pastry in her mouth as she simply studied him. It was a second before she shrugged. "As long as I get some juicy intel I don't care. And before you ask, no, junkies have been steering clear of the shop since the last time one tried to use me as a Google search for dealers," she grumbled before reaching into a mini fridge beside the computer and pulling out a fresh can of tea. Bugs are in cubby 305. As tempted as it was to ask, Izuku refrained from opening Pandora's box. He simply turned to a wall of small cubbies packed to the brim with computer parts. The designated spot was easily found with a handful of small gray devices of various sizes. This will work great. They should be set up between tonight and tomorrow, he said, carefully setting the devices in his pack. She shooed him off with her hand as her gaze shifted to the computer screen. Good. Now get out. I'm missing my favorite show. Izuku chuckled softly. Any glimpses of Red? No. I know he's out tonight, but I just have to find the right channel. Dox let out an exasperated sigh before pulling an oversized plush pillow into her lap to lean against. Well, good luck with that. You should also get out more. A few minutes in the sun will do you some good, he offered, seeing how overall run down the woman looked. I'll step outside into the burning light when you actually get a few nights' worth of decent sleep. Fair. Izuku shrugged before turning to leave. Take care, Dox. Don't let James drive you too crazy. A small snort was all he got in return as he left the room. He squinted slightly as the bright lights of the parlor washed over him. She was in a good mood. Izuku grinned as he stepped around the privacy screen. Good. James was busy mixing a new batch of colors. Don't be a stranger. I'm making yakitori later this week. You should stop by. Izuku nodded slightly. Well, if you have any more amazing pieces to work on, I'll definitely try to make time. I can show you some of my recent sketches. The older man chuckled, a spark of mirth in his eyes as he waved. I look forward to it. Izuku returned the wave with one of his own and a wide grin before he turned to leave the shop. He had a long night ahead of him. A half-moon hung high in the inky night sky, outshining the dots of starlight which struggled to cut through the smog of the city air. The streets were mostly empty as it was past the bedtime for many. Few still lingered on the street, dragging along after their late shift. It made Ghost's job a lot easier as he zipped around the shadows unnoticed by the rest of the world. The vigilante hummed to himself as he checked the addresses on his little list, result of poring over weeks of incident reports and dealer hotspots. In buckling down and trying to get more leads on trigger, he realized that he needed more eyes and ears around the city. People weren't always reliable, but bugs were. The chance of picking up on something was low, but it was worth the effort if it meant getting a lead. The darkly clad man glided through the alleys with barely a sound or trace that he had even been there. Shadows provided ample cover, allowing him to move with ease. He reached one of the marked locations and glanced around, seeing the alleyway deserted. The only occupants were the discarded objects which cluttered along the walls. It never failed to amaze him how many tetanus traps and germ-infested landmines could be left around the forgotten corners of the city. Then again, that's what made such hidden corners perfect for shady deals. He pulled out a small gray square box no bigger than a pencil eraser. Various shades of gray were splotched along the roughened surface, making perfect to blend into the little edging between bricks. Ghost took a careful survey of the walls, trying to figure out the best location, scanning over the ground for any hints. Dirt and grime covered the cracked concrete. He didn't even want to question the origin of the filth around him, though he did notice how the ground was disturbed in the back corner, which led into another back alley. The shifting of dirt showed that traffic was fairly common. The discarded cigarette butts also gave some hint to someone regularly occupying the space. Part of him wondered if he should pick a few up, but pushed it off. He could leave a helpful hint with the cops later. Ghost secured the bug in one of the grooves between the worn-down brick. The small device fit snugly and was practically invisible, especially with the shadows of the fire escape. All right, just 6 more. He muttered to himself before starting to make his way to his next stop. Or at least that what he would like to do, if not for the scuffling of feet and whispers around the corner. Well, it could be one of 3 things: drunks, drags, or debauchery. Ghost hoped for the first as he slowly approached the corner and leaned against the wall. He paused, simply listening for a moment, bumping up the sensitivity of the headset to hear better. Said you had some really good stuff. Clean, not like the other crap. A voice spoke in a hushed tone. Male, with a voice rough as if he smoked regularly. Depends. How much are you looking to spend? A second voice replied, deeper voice, much smoother in comparison to the voice but also extremely ordinary. Ghost bit back a sigh. Of course he would bug the wrong spot. He listened more closely. No footsteps meant that they were standing still. The long shadows which fell into the alley only showed 2 figures. Look, I don't have a lot. But I just need it for 1 score. Then I'll be set, the buyer begged. That's doable, but what are you looking to do? None of your business. I can promise you it will show up on the news. That's all you care about, right? Some advertisement for your juice. That made sense. The more trigger-related news aired, the more exposure it received. However, this little development put Ghost in a bad situation. Both needed to be captured, that much was obvious, but which one did he go for? The seller or the villain to be planning some sort of attack? One was obviously danger, but the other held one of the most dangerous drags out there. It would be easy to get a dose in before he couldn't stop them. Sounds promising enough. It'll be 100 if you want it. What? The buyer yelped, which was met with an immediately hiss to quiet down. That's way too steep for something that might not work. This stuff is strong, but heroes have been busting trig junkies left and right. This isn't some cheap dime store high. Ghost made sure his cloak was active before ever so slowly leaning out to assess the situation better. The last thing he needed was to be noticed. 2 figures stood halfway into the alleyway, bathed in the flickering orange light of the nearby street lamps. On the left was a scrawnier-looking silhouette, posture hunched slightly as he scratched at his right arm. On the right was stalker build, taller and calm with very little movement. Only 2 enemies, but a plethora of variables to factor in before he could act. I'm not going to drop that much for something that isn't even a guaranteed win, the buyer huffed, crossing his arms. Alright, what if I told you that I have something that is almost guaranteed a win? It might even make you the next household name. The offer was in sweet temptation. Confidence radiated off the man, almost made it seem like it was 100% surefire answer to the buyer's needs. You won't even have to pay a cent. I say you're full of it. Suspicion colored the buyer's tone as he edged towards the exit. Ghost tensed, torn between listening to more of the conversation and maybe getting a lead, or guaranteeing a catch on both of the criminals. It is experimental. However, I can promise you that no one will be able to stop you. I don't do experimental, the buyer scoffed, head held high. Agitation cleared on the man's half-lit narrow face. His body language turned hostile and defensive as his stance shifted into a more combative one. You either lower the price of the drag or I'm walking. I didn't come here to try some BS new sheet. I believe it would be in your best interest to take the offer, the tension in. The small ally space ramped up at the ominous tone the seller took. It was subtle, but there was movement along the loose-fit dress pants. Something was hidden underneath, slithering in the shadows. Unseen to the would-be villain. Ghost reached for 2 of his gadgets, muscles tensed to jump into action. F you. The buyer snapped, oblivious or uncaring of all the red flags which screamed danger. A beat of silence passed before chaos broke out in the narrow, cramped space. Black tentacles burst from the seller's lower half, lashing out angrily at the scrawny form. Light glittered off of a crystalline structure covering the buyer's hands and forearm. Sickle-like weapons deflected the new appendages. A panicked scream arose from the street as hurried heels clicked away. From deeper in the alleyway there were 2 pops which caught the clashing criminals by surprise. 2 lashes of red reached out of the darkness. One bundle exploded into a crimson net which ensnared the smaller man, while thick red cords wrapped around the lower half of the seller, nearly causing him to topple over at the sudden new weight. The alleyway lit up with crackles of electricity as both men let out pained screams, sparks rippling along their bodies from the capture devices around them. The tentacle figure slumped to the ground while the man ensnared in the net was yanked into the shadows far out of reach from the seller. You 2 should really be more considerate of people trying to get some sleep, Ghost's modulated voice spoke up as he stepped further into the flicking light. 1 down. He assessed silently, seeing the buyer trapped in the net out for the count. The seller was much more sturdy, already trying to rise from his fallen position. You have 1 chance, give up now or dash. The sound of snapping cords echoed along the brick walls as the seller rose to stand. Hard way it is. Just as the tentacles were preparing to move, Ghost smashed 2 small spheres into the pavement, causing an explosion of thick black smoke to engulf the alleyway. He bolted forward as a red mass to appear on his visor. He ducked the flailing appendage as he jumped and bounced off of the dumpster to gain height. Electricity crackled along his fist as it collided with flesh. He wasn't sure where the punch actually connected, but the solid bone close to the surface hinted at it being the man's head. Ghost twisted his body to avoid another tentacle but wasn't fast enough. The boneless mass slammed into his side, batting him into one of the walls. Much to his surprise, he could barely feel the initial hit. Holy cow, May really outdid herself. He tried to get to his feet, but something constricted around his right leg tightly. There was a yank as he was slammed into another wall, the bricks cracking from the impact. A sharp jolt of pain shot up his left side, but before he could even attempt to retaliate, he found himself airborne once more. Out of the corner of his eye, a warning flashed on his visor, but the words were blurred. The vigilante was slammed into the pavement. The shock from the hit reverberating through his body, knocking the air from his lungs. In the split second his body hit the ground, blue energy lit in waves along the suit, followed by an explosive burst of energy which knocked the tentacle man away. Ghost panted, trying to fill his lung with air as he got to his feet. Gonna feel that later. He scrambled to dodge, barely missing another tentacle as it smashed into the pavement with a heavy thud. Refusing to allow another hit, Ghost nimbly dodged the mass of tentacles which attempted to grab him. Small jolts of light flickered across his fists and arms as he parried some of the muscular masses, causing them to jolt and flinch away. Stay! The seller bellowed, recoiling the majority of the tentacles. Ghost crouched down, the whirling of his boots audible. Still! All of the tenantless came down onto that one point, slamming into the ground as the vigilante vanished. Ghost couldn't help but smirk from his new airborne angle, the confusion clear on the villain's face. He slammed his boots into the wall behind him, launching himself into the opposite wall before kicking off again and rocketing himself into the criminal. The seller barely caught a glimpse of his target before metal-cleated boots slammed into the villain's chest. Ghost flipped back, landing on his feet as the criminal slammed into the wall, adding to the spider web of cracks which wrecked the area. Not so much fun, is it? Ghost huffed, seeing the villain go completely limp against the wall. He pulled his net gun and fired it at the man, not willing to take any more chances. With the dealer taken care of, he turned to where the first would-be criminal laid, only to see shredded ropes. Frantically searched the alleyway, seeing a scrawny figure racing down the alleyway. Hey! Get back here! He bolted after the fleeing suspect, trying to close the vast distance between them. The sound of fireworks echoed through the darkness, caused his chest to clench tightly for a split second. Blinding light suddenly engulfed the alleyway ahead of him, followed by a wave of explosive fiery heat. One word echoed above the carnage. Die! Hey! Get back here! Ghost bolted after the fleeing suspect, trying to close the vast distance between them. The sound of fireworks echoed through the darkness. His chest clenched tightly for a split second. Blinding light suddenly engulfed the alleyway ahead of him, followed by a wave of explosive fiery heat. One word echoed above the carnage. Die! Ghost squinted his eyes at the sudden shift in brightness, blinking to try to get rid of the black spot dancing in front of his eyes. The suspect had been lost in the explosion as the topography of the alleyway was drastically changed. Trash cans were strewn around, old items shredded and scattered. The brick walls withstood the sudden attack with only scorch marks, however the pavement had seen better days. A mosaic of cracks and shattered pavement marred the ground. A body laid in the middle of the small crater, smoke drifting up from the criminal. Beside him stood the muscular figure of Ground Zero. The intimidating hero glowered down at the villain as if daring him to move. "FNG, stupid." The hero growled, almost disappointed that the fight was over in one attack. His voice was rough, sandpaper grating on the vigilante's nerves. Smoldering crimson eyes shifted down the alleyway suspiciously. The hero stared straight where Ghost was standing. Despite the illusion which kept him hidden, Izuku couldn't help but freak out under the fierce gaze. All he wanted was to slip away from the scene, and was about to do just that when he heard more footsteps. "Geez, Bakugu, you could have at least waited for me to catch up." An exasperated man half-heartedly scolded as another blonde entered the alley. The trademark black zigzag in his honey blonde hair was a dead giveaway in identifying the second hero as Chargebolt. Maybe you should be faster. I swear this is why I work with shitty hair more, Ground Zero growled as he moved down to pick up the limp body. Aw man, you seriously went overboard again. Shut up. He's alive. Shouldn't have been trying to run in the first place. We caught him, didn't we? Chargebolt seemed like he wanted to say more but settled for just shaking his head. Is he the only one? The report said there was fighting in the area. Amber eyes shifted down the alleyway, jumping a bit when he spotted a second body. Hey, there's another one. The stun gun hero rushed down the alley. I wonder what happened here. Hey, stupid, get back here. Ground Zero barked and stomped his foot. Ghost paused, debating if he should just silently leave or actually do the right thing and give a report. Thoughts rushed through his head trying to figure out the right course before he just hung his head. Biting back a groan, he took a deep breath to steel his nerves. This was Ida 10 all over again, but this time he had the benefit of anonymity. I could catch you two up to speed. The disembodied voice echoed through the narrow space, causing both heroes to tense and drop into a fighting stance. Pops and crackles lit up the shadowed space in a warning. The dark silhouette of Ghost appeared out of thin air only a few feet from Chargebolt. The blonde jumped in surprise, electricity cracking louder around his hands. Ghost stood tall and gave a short wave to the heroes. Oh, thanks for catching that guy. He managed to slip away while I dealt with Ugly over there. He jerked his thumb towards the tentacle man. Who the F are you? Ground Zero growled, several pops firing off in his free hand. Holy hell! Ghost! Chargebolt exclaimed giddily, looking as if he was meeting an established hero. The vigilante gave a shallow bow before proudly stating, the one and only. So do you want to know what happened here or? Yes. Oh, wait, I have to get a picture with you first. Kiri is going to freak. Totally knew I'd win that bet. Chargebolt patted his pockets frantically, his eyes alight with childish excitement. Pikachu, who the F is this dipshit? Ground Zero bellowed, obviously aggravated with his patrol partner. The darkly clad man spoke up, Ghost, vigilante extraordinaire. Helpin' dash. You fing kidding me? Thinking clown that's you and shitty hair gush over? Dude, chill out. Chargebolt sighed in exasperation, and we do not gush. We theorize. I hear it's quite the popular pastime, Ghost spoke up, only serving to further irritate the master of explosions. A small part Izuku was wound tight with nerves, telling him to shut up. But a larger part was more interested in testing the waters. It was obvious the former tormentor had made progress by leaps and bounds since their days in middle school. Back then he would have been on the ground covered in ash and soot by this point. So, to the point, Ghost interjected before any more flare-ups could detract from the main reason they were even in the ally. Dash. Save it. Ground Zero cut him off aggressively as he stomped forward. You're coming with us. He reached to grab the vigilante, but Ghost took a large step back. I mean, if you are going to be that aggressive, you can at least buy me dinner first, Ghost countered in a teasing tone which caused the hero to sputter. Not like that, you fucky dash. I think what he means is we'd love to hear what you have to report. Chargebolt stated, jumping between the two. A bit of nervousness in his voice as he flailed his arms trying to defuse the situation. Effing you what? Ground Zero bellowed, more angry pops following. I like you, Ghost pointed to the electric hero, immediately gaining a huge grin from him. Honestly, I wonder if people in this area sleep with earplugs, considering the way Mr. Blasty there keeps going off. More angry snaps and pops erupted as it looked as if Ground Zero was going to go launch into a tirade. Bakugu, calm down. He's right, you already got a warning to keep down on the noise. Chargebolt reminded as he looked over his shoulder. Then Birdbrain shouldn't put me on nights. Ground Zero let out an absolutely feral growl. I know, Chargebolt tried to placate his partner. Look, just wrap with up these dudes and I'll get the report. A deathly crimson glare was shot in Ghost's direction which caused a shiver to creep up his spine. But he held strong and gave a friendly wave, just to spite the hero. With another set of crackles, the angry blonde stomped off to cuff both criminals. Alright, so as I was saying, Ghost started, dropping the playful tone and taking on a more serious air. 2 criminals, one buyer, the other a seller. He explained, pointing to each figure as named. Buyer can create crystal weapons from his hand and forearms, while the seller can spring up tentacles from his lower half. I ended up eavesdropping a little bit. The buyer was looking to score some trigger. This got both of the heroes' attention as Chargebolt stopped writing and Ground Zero snapped his head towards the pair. The air became tense, but Ghost pushed on. Buyer seems to be planning some sort of big score. Newsworthy, by his own admission. So probably something with a lot of collateral damage. The seller seems to be a dealer. However, no drags were ever actually shown. I think he dosed himself because he put up one hell of a fight. Ghost rubbed the back of his neck, feeling some achy pains starting to settle in. Might want to search him, I didn't get a chance to. Anyway, the deal started to go south and the two clashed. The seller seems to be someone in the business of kidnapping difficult clients. Possibly people who know too much. DMN, good catch, Chargebolt stated, his golden gaze flickering between the 2 captured criminals. Ghost stood up a bit straighter, setting his hands on his hips, just trying to lend a hand. Got a bit hairy there towards the end, but it all worked out. Only because if he stopped the last one. Ground Zero bit out as he stood up and moved to stand beside the pair. He rolled his shoulders back as if trying to make himself look as imposing as possible. Ghost did not back down, posture lax as if he were chatting with 2 good friends. And you did an amazing job giving everyone around here a heart attack, he praised in a condescending tone. I'm getting really tired of your sheet. The blonde barked, stepping into the vigilante's personal space. I should be arresting you for all the trouble you FNG cause. You could. However, I am definitely worth more to you out here helping, rather than being scolded and told to do some community service hours, Ghost replied, raising his head and pulling his shoulder back, posture screaming confidence. He wasn't going to give an inch. As much as his heart was hammering in his chest, Izuku was not about to bow his head and cower. Especially when he had stopped a potential tragedy. He pet his head to the side slightly when Ground Zero took another step forward. You'd make a really intimidating bully. This got the hero to step back as if he had been burned. For a brief moment, an unreadable expression passed across his face before the angry scowl quickly returned. You got the whole invading space and being intimidating act down to a science. Even the menacing sociopathic glare. Shut the F up. Ground Zero snapped, fingers clenching and unclenching as if he wanted to punch something, or rather someone. Sensing he had pushed enough, Ghost simply let his shoulder drop with a sigh. Well, I said my piece anyway. Ghost looked to Chargebolt. You still want that picture? Hell yeah. Chargebolt grinned widely. Hey Baku, on second thought I'll take it myself. The jovial hero reconsidered as he looked to the angry Pomeranian who looked like he was about to bite someone's head off. He got right beside Ghost. Say victory. Victory. The 2 chimed before he snapped the picture, fingers held up in AV and a huge smile on Chargebolt's face. Oh man, so many people are so going to lose their sheet over this. Chargebolt raved as he stared at his phone. Ghost couldn't help but chuckle, seeing the excitement in the hero. The last thing he ever expected was to get such a reaction out of a pro. Chargebolt quickly leaned in close with a mischievous smirk. So just between the 2 of us. Your quirk is flight, right? Or jumping like that pop step hottie? Not even close. He answered, shaking his head. He felt a little bad watching the excitement melt into frustration. Damn it. I thought I had it pinned. Come on, how about a hint? The sound of sirens started to echo and grow closer to the scene. Sorry, that's my cue, he excused as he started to pull back from the pair. Where do you think you're going? Ground Zero stomped forward once more, looking hellbent on making sure that he stayed put. We're not your messengers. You gotta explain sheet to the cops as well. Them and I don't get along face to face. Too effing bad. Yep, for you. Ghost chimed as he jumped back. There was a light tap as a black sphere contacted the ground. Crackles burst to life as a thick cloud of black smoke exploded before Ground Zero could launch forward. Ghost bolted, activating his cloaking device. The shock wave of an explosion threw him off for a second, but the vigilante easily slipped away. "Get the F back here!" Ground Zero roared, bursting out of the smoke into an empty alley. More bickering followed, but it all melted away in the distance as sirens overtook the area. Flashes of red and blue whizzed by, towards the crime scene. Everything was lost in a blur of colors and his own heartbeat as Ghost raced through the hidden corridors of the city, trying to stick to the shadows as much as possible. He knew they wouldn't follow, but he had to get a good distance away, just to be on the safe side. After a solid 15 minutes of running and dipping into unsavory corners, Ghost came to a stop. His breath was heavy as he leaned against a wall. That had been wild. Not only taking out 2 criminals but having a run-in with 2 more heroes. He let out a breathless chuckle, his head fall back against the wall. His skin was hot from all of the activity and his body still abuzz with adrenaline from the entire encounter. One hell of a rush to end the night, that much was certain. Part of him itched to deactivate the suit as a whole and feel the fresh air on his skin, but it was too much of a risk. Well, this stopped a potential villain attack and caught a dealer. I'd say that was a productive night. He grinned happily with himself overall, especially with how he had gotten away. A shiver ran up his spine as he felt the paranoid sense of something watching. "I'll say you really put on one hell of a show." Perhaps he had celebrated a little too early. The jovial voice caused his heart to skip a few times as Ghost scrambled to stand fully and look around frantically. His eyes landed across the street on a set of large red wings. The orange glow of the streetlights gave them an eerie gleam. Perched at the top of a lamppost, an elbow set on his knee and his chin resting upon his fist, Hawks was the perfect embodiment of chill and coolness. Amber eyes, raptor-sharp and unblinking behind their shades, were staring at Ghost. They were focused but also sparkling with mirth. "Come around here often?" Sometimes." Ghost fumbled for a reply as he tried to regain his composure and calm his erratic heart. He should have known the high-flying hero would be around. The man made it his business to know about any activity in his territory. Just passing through? You could say that. Hawks slowly rose to stand, his powerful wings stretching out to keep his balance. Izuku couldn't help but stare, a fanboy tirade bubbling to the surface as Hawks effortlessly floated down to stand at the threshold of the alleyway. His wings stretched out a bit before folding back as he casually slipped his hands into his pockets. Ghost took a breath, managing to calm his nerves. "So, how much of that back there did you see?" he questioned, knowing the hero had to have seen some of the ordeal. How else would the other 2 have known where to go? "Oh, caught the tail end of you knocking out the tentacle man. Might have caught the full fight if not for a previous engagement that was just wrapping up." "Nice moves, by the way," Hawks encouraged with a thumbs up. "Thanks." A flutter of pride beat erratically as he was complimented. "Oh my god, I must have gotten knocked out back there." "Just breath, you got this." Ghost managing to keep his voice calm. "Previous engagement though? Was it at least interesting?" "About as interesting as some petty criminals can get. Nothing too difficult, just some small stuff. A few quick sips here and there makes things easy. You, on the other hand, seem to have found something much more interesting." "Starting to believe it's my specialty," Ghost replied with a humorless chuckle. "I told Sparky and Blasty what I know already." "I know, but I've seen you popping in and out of my area for a little while. I figured we could chat." Hawks gave a friendly smile. "Didn't exactly get a chance last time since you disappeared on me. That was quite rude, leaving me holding the bag like that. It was all easily taken care of and all, but some added input would have been nice." "Fair enough, sorry about that," Ghost replied, leaning against the wall slightly. "Red and blue is my cue to disappear. Though, I figured you had much more important thing to worry about than little old me." "Probably, but I've been curious about you. A good mystery is always fun." Hawks leaned forward slightly, though it lacked any hint of aggression or intimidation. There was an inquisitive tilt to his head as his half-lidded eyes amber gleamed with intrigue. The golden light from the lamp set his crimson feathers aglow as his wings shifted behind him. "I also appreciate the extra set of eyes around. Really helps in the tight spots when trouble happens in different places. But I saw you zipping around earlier. You're not just patrolling around, you're searching for something. Care to share what that is? As always, Hawks was amazing and deceptively observant. His inner fanboy was warring with the calm persona he was trying to project. Hawks was curious about him, which was both terrifying and exciting all at once. He barely managed to keep his cool and not seem like a complete spaz. Verdant eyes couldn't help but stare at the hero's muscular form backlit sharply by harsh street lights. What was it with heroes he admired and looked up to being so DMN amazing in person? He took a silent breath, recollecting his mind, realizing he should probably answer. Intel, Ghost replied honestly. Trying to figure out who's behind this whole trigger mess and help stop them. Sightings have been scattered, but the most recent ones have been spotted on the edge of your zone. Hawks quirked a feathered brow at this as his eyes sparked with interest. You don't say. Kind of dangerous to be looking into that all on your own. Who says I'm on my own? Ghost replied cryptically. Oh, a whole haunting of ghosts then. Hawks inquired, causing Ghost to laugh softly. If you want to call it that, he agreed, amused at the comparison. A beat of quiet passed as an opportunity hung in the air. Though I could always use a good psychic to help to relay some helpful hints. Possibly keep some tabs on the living. I could probably arrange something. A large grin grew across Hawk's handsome face. Anything that could help summon you if the need arises? Ghost nodded as he reached into one of his belt pockets, pulling out a phone. Most just contact me through ChatMe, he replied with a small chuckle and tapped the share button. Not as mysterious as most think. Oh, I think you're plenty mysterious, the hero mused aloud, doing the same. Izuku never thought a simple chime could make him so DMN excited. The light from their screens lit up as a green check mark confirmed that the exchange had been successful. Ghost let out a short laugh seeing the alias, Hot Wings. His voice trembled with amusement, very fitting for many reasons. You think? Hawks questioned with a quirked brow and a devilish smirk. He let out a bark of laughter as he saw the name across his phone. Daredevil? It seemed right at the time. Most would argue it still works, Ghost replied with a shrug as he pocketed the phone. Next time I come across something, I'll let you know. Normally not very active on it much since messages are few and far between. Oh, that might change, Hawks chuckled, securing his own phone. His gaze pinned the vigilante as he was about to speak. Before he could get a word out, static messages came from the headphones hung from around his neck. Ah, well, that's my cue. Try not to get into trouble. Everyone always says that. Maybe it's for a reason. Hawks gave a wide, toothy grin. The hero took a step back, wings flaring out. Don't pass on to the other side anytime soon. Ghost gave a mock salute. Yes, sir. Good luck wrangling the yappy pommy, he called, causing the hero to laugh as he took off to reclaim the sky for himself. He watched as Hawks took off with a few beats from his majestic wings and barely containing the giddy giggle until the hero was for sure gone. Holy hell, this night has been wild. He gushed, finally able to let his inner fanboy out. Not only had he broken up a drag deal, he also agreed to work with Hawks. Sure, it was mostly just passing along information, but that also meant that he would get some tips as well. Little by little things were starting to pull together. He would hopefully have more leads to investigate and really start making some progress. A quick glance to the top right corner and Izuku cursed. It was already 11:45 and he had to be up bright and early for his shift. With some pep in his step, the vigilante went home still feeling giddier than a schoolgirl. Nope, still worth it. Izuku reminded himself. He downed nearly his entire thermos of coffee before he even got on the bus. His body ached something fierce and part of him wanted nothing more than to sleep the day away. But the last thing he needed was to skip out on his second day of work. So the complaints of his back and sides were hushed with some meds and the weight of exhaustion fought off with a heavy dose of caffeine. Anytime he felt like cursing his lack of sleep, his eyes would glance to his phone and a giddy feeling would bubble up all over again. Definitely worth it. The commute had been uneventful and smooth thanks to everything being back to normal around the city. He had caught a later bus but still managed to reach work by 6. He made his way into the office with much less fanfare than there had been the day before. Tired eyes scanned over the crowded office to see who had already arrived. He caught a glimpse of Red. He turned to see Creati standing beside earphone jack, their eyes focused on Jiro's phone. I swear he has the dumbest luck ever. He won't stop boasting about it. Jiro laughed as she leaned back in her chair slightly. He's also spammed the chat with text messages. Formulating new theories. Yaoyorozu shook her head with a small smile. I swear, he spends more time focused on web theories than his own job sometimes. I still wonder how he passed his classes sometimes. Jiro shrugged before her gaze shifted to meet Midoriya's. Mornings. Yaoyorozu mimicked her colleague's gesture with a smile. Izuku grinned brightly. Good morning. I'll be right back, he greeted before heading for the locker room. He hid his knowing smile as he walked away. It wasn't specific, but he could make a few guesses as to what they were talking about. Probably one of the best night I've had in a while. The faint sound of rummaging alerted him to the locker room being occupied this time as he entered. Images from the previous morning came to mind, but unlike before, he was at least ready for it. He entered the room and was treated to the sight of a shirtless Shudo. Lean sculpted muscles flexed along the hero's broad shoulders and back as he shuffled through the locker pulling out a new shirt. The temptation to try and snap a picture was strong, but Izuku shut it down as Shudo turned to look behind him. Izuku gave a bright smile. Good morning. I hope you rested well, he stated as he forced his legs to continue moving towards his locker. Morning, Shudo replied as he pulled the uniform over his head. Slept well enough. Albeit disappointed, it was a bit easier for Izuku to focus as he opened his locker. Good, how is the shoulder holding up? Perfectly fine, only slightly stiff. The hero rolled his right shoulder, stretching the joint slightly. Slight twinges of pain creased his brow as he tried to work out the stiff spots. Izuku nodded as he started to change. Great, stiffness is expected for a few days but hopefully shouldn't cause any problems. Stretching occasionally might help ease along with some bombs, he advised, unconsciously starting to ramble helpful tips. I'll keep that in mind. The smooth baritone voice was followed by the shutting of a locker. Heat can also help, but being on the move makes that option a bit hard, he added, taking off the Red Riot-themed pullover hoodie. But it's great that you're okay after everything yesterday. I've been through worse. I think the better question would have been, are you okay? Izuku perked up as he turned his head to see Shudo watching him, brows slightly furrowed in concern. Dull aches rippled across his ribs, causing him to realize he had slipped up and silently cursed. I'm fine. You're all bruised up along your back. Are you sure you should be working? Oh, these. A flood of excuses and reasons stormed in Izuku's head as he tried to find the right cover story. He tugged down the undershirt slightly to make sure the marks were hidden. They're fine. I just took a really bad tumble at the parkour gym last night. Nothing new for me. I get bruised up all the time while trying out new moves. Nothing broken or even strained, so I'm right as rain. He explained hastily, stretching his arms over his head as if to prove a point. His back loudly complained at this, but he bared with a cheerful grin. Heterochromic eyes watched him suspiciously for a moment before softening. If you are sure. I am. It won't affect me at all, I barely even feel them. Izuku pulled on the top half of his jumper on and zipped up. Concern shifted to mild confusion as the hero seemed to realize something. Wait, you go to a parkour gym? Yep, Izuku beamed proudly. I could always stay fit by going to a normal gym, but that seems a bit boring. So I go to a parkour one. Also helps for getting around in the aftermath of a hero fight. It's an unbelievably handy skill. Plus a full body workout. Shudo nodded, slowly processing what he was saying to be reason enough. A little surprising, but I can see how it would be useful, he replied as he tugged on the plated wristbands onto his arms. Well, be careful with your injuries. Would be quite the problem if the medic needed a medic. He cracked a small smirk. Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, that would be quite the predicament. I'll be careful. Don't want to give you another person to save. It's what I do best, the two-tones hero replied before giving a short wave. See you on the field. Hopefully I'll only be on standby, again, Izuku agreed, giving a wave as he watched the other man leave. Once out of sight, he let out a huge sigh and let his legs buckled so he could sit on the bench. Oh, that was too close. Note to self, be more careful. He rubbed his temples lightly, his heart racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. The concern he had been shown was a bit touching, but Izuku tried hard not to read into it. He was a hero, that is what they did. No different than what Izuku did in fretting over his friends and coworkers. Heroes were naturally protective, so it made sense. With a slap to either side of his face, Izuku got his mind back on track and finished changing to get the day started. He just hoped they actually had time to set up the truck first this time. Much to Izuku's surprise, the first few hours of the shift had been calm. They stocked the ambulance and made sure everything was in its place. The kind of morning most people dreamed of to ensure everything was in place to get their day started. Izuku glanced to the clock for probably the 100th time, seeing 10:25 a.m. staring back at him. He let out a heavy sigh. The time was starting to drag on more than anything. He wandered over to one of the drink machines to grab a soda. He needed desperately something to keep him awake. He had nearly nodded off twice with how slow it was. His gaze shifted to a large map of the city which was displayed on the far end of the garage where the dispatch area was. Blinking lights of white and blue inched along the marked roadways, showing where other support crews and heroes were located. His eyes fell half-closed as his thoughts drifted back to the hushed conversation between shady figures. He combed through words and gestures, trying to glean as much information as possible to pass along. He probably should clip the audio he collected and send it to the nest. Maybe if he had time later that night, he could get it together and leave a helpful tip. If nothing else, it could be evidence they needed. The whole encounter was off as a whole and set off a plethora of red flags. Something bigger was happening, enough to warrant grabbing people off the street. The word experiment floated to the surface, which sent disturbed shivers through him. Human experimentations? Just as his mind started to ponder the horrors of such a thing would mean, the alarm sounded, echoing loudly throughout the garage. Izuku nearly choked on the soda as he focused on the map once more to see what was going on. His eyes widened significantly as he noticed over a dozen red flashing dots scattered around the map, with more still appearing. What the hell? He questioned as everyone in the garage started to scramble. Truck now. Tammy's voice cut off any speculation before they began. Izuku discarded the half-empty soda before rushing into the truck. Everyone was jumping inside. Where are we going? There are so many points, he questioned, jumping into a seat. Atsu was already looking at tablet, but her brows punching together. Kitmall. Civilian count unknown, 1 villain, only a handful of cops on the scene, and Shudo is on his way. With so many other attacks, things are going to be spread a bit thin. Izuku's stomach dropped at the little that they did know. Things were going to get rough.